يعني يطلع بدون Apologies, everybody. We're having some technical difficulties. We are currently on a loop video. We will be back to live. We will update you in about a minute's time. Sorry, Mr. Wolfgang. We're going back to the beginning. We're going to go back to President Gabriela. We're going to go back to President Gabriela. Gabriela, can you please
I'd like
stand
to give
by?
you a few housekeeping rules while we wait for the President of the Interparliamentary Union to connect with us. So when I get word that we can connect, but while we're waiting, let me tell you that you're going to find interpretation in all UN languages plus German. Registered speakers in the programme may take the floor. All sessions have been planned to the minute.
Can you hear me?
Respect the time allocated.
Can you hear me?
So that we can include as many voices as possible.
Can you hear me?
A technician will count you in and will also tell you when you have 30 seconds left of your allotted speaking time.
Can you hear me?
When you take the floor, disconnect the audio stream on the Interpretify
Can you hear me?
app. If you go over time, I shall intervene and then you'll be muted. On the portal of the event, you will find a tab called Help, where you may address the technical questions directly to our production company. Also on the event portal, you have the possibility of sending in questions or comments that we may include in the programme if we have time.
Matthew, can you hear me?
And, of course, very importantly, all participants are invited to refrain from using defamatory, intolerant, racist or xenophobic language. We'll call to order any speaker who disrupts the smooth conduct of the proceedings, and any offensive remarks will be struck from the record. Remember, you can join the conversation,
Matt,
and we really encourage you to join the conversation on
you're supposed to have me and the program feed overlaid. Can you hear me?
Hashtag
we need Gabriela on screen.
WCSP on Twitter.
We have Gabriela right now, please.
So those are some of the ground
please stand
rules
by.
before we begin
Hi, Ms. Laura,
World
can you hear
Conference
me?
of Speakers.
Yes, I can.
Parliament.
Hi, how are you today?
And while we are waiting for some connectivity, I have a few facts that I think you might be really interested to know. Did you know that there are currently 275 speakers of Parliament in the world? 20% of speakers in 2020 are women, compared with 25% of MPs globally who are women. And of course, yesterday we had the summit of women speakers of Parliament who were addressing the need to put an end to violence against women and many other issues such as empowerment and financial inclusion. What you may also be interested to know is that speakers are getting younger. In 2020, 19.4% of speakers appointed were 45 or younger, compared with just 5% of those appointed in 2016. Furthermore, the youngest speakers, all aged 33, are currently Ms. Monica Eva Popper-Murga from the Chamber of Senators Bolivia, Mr. Diego Post from the Chamber of Deputies Chile, and Mr. Rustam Enomal from the National Assembly of Tajikistan. While we wait to be joined by the President of the IPU, I'm just going to turn to somebody who will be extremely familiar to you, who is the Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union, Martin Chungbo. Martin, those are some amazing statistics, aren't they? That some of the speakers are just so young, at 33.
Keep your camera on throughout. Pardon me? If you just keep your camera on throughout the whole session, maybe just keep your microphone off when you're not speaking, but I will do that for you. Okay. Let me know if you have any questions, but for now, I'll just unmute the main meeting.
Is this session has started already?
It has just now, yes.
That there is a difference when we have younger people and also women in leadership positions. So we do encourage more young people and more women to aspire to occupying such senior positions.
Secretary General, thank you very much.
Testing,
and talking about women
Testing,
in
Matt, can you hear
senior
me?
positions, it's now my pleasure
Testing,
to ask
testing,
the
testing, Matt, can
President
you
of the
hear me?
Interparliamentary Union, Gabriela Cuevas Barron,
Testing,
to
testing,
formally
testing, Matt,
open
can you hear
the
me?
conference. Could we?
Frauen und Kindern sowie die Teilnahme der Jugend am politischen Entscheidungsprozess, Migration und Mobilität sowie die Rolle von Parlamenten im 21. Jahrhundert werden thematisiert. Die Vielfalt dieser Themen ist für mich ein untrügliches Zeichen, wie wichtig und bereichernd und der multilaterale parlamentarische Austausch für die Arbeit unserer Parlamente weltweit ist. Daher möchte ich Ihnen allen von dieser Stelle aus herzlich danken, dass wir nicht vor der Herausforderung zurückgeschreckt sind, Neues zu wagen und erstmalig ein virtuelles Segment für eine Konferenz der Präsidentinnen und Präsidenten der Parlamente organisiert haben. Meine Damen und Herren, die Corona-Pandemie hat sich seit ihrem Ausbruch rasend schnell über den Globus verbreitet. Sie ist damit zu einer globalen Herausforderung geworden für unser Gesundheitssystem, für unsere Volkswirtschaften und für die soziale Absicherung der Menschen. Sie bedeutet aber auch eine Bewährungsprobe für die parlamentarischen Demokratien und die ihr zugrunde liegenden Werte. Viele Demokratien mussten gerade in diesen Corona-Zeiten harte Entscheidungen treffen, als es um die Einschränkungen von Grundfreiheiten ging. Solche Situationen sind ein Test für unsere Resilienz unserer demokratischen und rechtsstaatlichen Strukturen. Krisenbewältigung funktioniert nur unter der Einbindung der Parlamente. Das ist für mich eine zentrale Lehre, die ich aus der Corona-Pandemie ziehe. Parlamente als Hüter der Demokratie und des Rechtsstaates eine Schlüsselrolle bei der Bewältigung aktueller Herausforderungen sind ein zentrales Element. Da ist es von entscheidender Bedeutung, dass wir die Corona-Pandemie auch als Chance nutzen, uns den Wert und die Stärke einer funktionierenden parlamentarischen Demokratie bewusst zu machen. Wie bereits anfangs erwähnt, glaube ich fest daran, dass Videokonferenzen wie diese jetzt gut funktionieren und auch effiziente Hilfsmittel für den multilateralen Austausch sein können. Sie können aber niemals die persönliche Begegnung und den direkten Dialog ersetzen. Da freut es mich ganz besonders, dass unsere virtuelle Konferenz heute und morgen nur der erste Teil der 5. Weltkonferenz der Parlamentspräsidentinnen und Parlamentspräsidenten sind. Und der zweite Teil im Sommer 2021 in Wien stattfinden wird, und zwar in physischer Form. Ich bin dankbar dafür, dass die EU-Gremien, die Präsidentin und alle Entscheidungsträger diese Entscheidung im Grundsatz getroffen haben. Das österreichische Parlament wird auch im nächsten Jahr mit Freude und Engagement seiner Gastgeberrolle nachkommen. Ich wünsche Ihnen nun alle für diese kommenden 2 Tage erfolgreiche, spannende Inhalte und die Konferenz, die also auch hier dann weitergeführt wird im nächsten Teil, zum zweiten Teil, wo ich Sie dann persönlich in Wien herzlich begrüßen darf.
Thank you very much, Speaker Sobotka. And yes, we all wanted to be in Vienna for these days. We wanted to have our 13th summit for women speakers of parliament. And of course, we all prefer to meet in person. As you said, virtual meetings are never going to substitute the empathy that is created in person-to-person meetings. Now, I would like to give my remarks. I feel very proud on the effort that IPU has done here in order to make this conference a reality. Excellencies, speakers of parliament, esteemed guests, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to join the United Nations Secretary General and the President of the Austrian National Council in officially opening the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. We, the parliamentary community, together with our partners, the United Nations, and the global leaders and notable activists, have been gathering at this unique forum every 5 years since the 2000 Millennium Summit to reinforce a parliamentary dimension to global governance. Our 5th World Conference, however, is like no other. We convene as crisis and opportunity, despair and hope converge into an unknown that is affecting every single inch of our lives. But this is not only a test of our endurance to withstand the current perils. It is also an opportunity to make the best of our wisdom, to chart a path towards a future that is just and fair, sustainable and prosperous, inclusive and compassionate. We can and we must build back better. I say this because urgent action is needed. The current state of affairs is not encouraging. The crisis is unfolding at an unprecedented pace, impacting people's lives and livelihoods. We are facing a series of multiple crises: health, economic and social, where violence and human disasters are disturbing becoming the norm. And I dare say a crisis in the protection of democracy and human rights. Some governments are using fear as an excuse to permanently institutionalize undemocratic practices and making a new normal out of states of emergency. All this on top of the ongoing climate crisis. Although countries have taken bold remedial action to protect their economies, this comes with painful and uncertain implications for the future economic situation. The International Monetary Fund's joint projections of global growth stand at only 4.9% in 2020 and 5.4% for 2021. This becomes even more distressing when we consider that, according to Oxfam, 500 million people could be thrown into poverty. Facts are essential, But let us not forget that behind them are people who are suffering. Colleagues, please remember that we represent those who wake up without knowing whether they will get to eat that day. We represent those who are forced to leave behind everything that they know as they are displaced and become refugees. We represent those who stand up to divisive walls and risk everything as migrants. Finally, children may not vote, but under no circumstance should we allow them to be left behind. They need education, health, and freedom from violence. As we build back better, we have to take parliamentary action. We must have people at the heart of our decisions. Depending on our choices, people may live through more of the same, or they could see lives drastically improved. We should not remain distant to their voices, to their demands, to their needs. We must be close to them every step on the way. And this is why our parliaments have to be effective in translating international agreements into national realities. That's why we are here. Although the current pandemic has been a test of parliamentary resilience, there is no doubt that parliaments, as the guardians of human rights and the rule of law, should remain the bastion of societies that are prosperous, stable, and inclusive. A democratic and deliberate spirit inspired our founder to establish this organization 131 years ago. In a world where nations resorted to conflict, they dared to imagine a world in which peaceful solutions were possible. This is precisely why parliamentary diplomacy is about. Dialogue to find common ground and understanding. Yes, we may not always count on full and total agreement on every single issue, but that is the more reason to believe in debate and to build toward consensus. It is an exercise in tolerance on the basis of empathy and the means to understand others to create joint solutions.
Sorry, mispronounced the name.
Now, more than ever, we should be vigorous advocates for multilateralism. Just a few days ago, we commemorated 75 years since the devastating nuclear bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We are reminded of our shared commitment to build a world free from nuclear weapons and weapons of mass destruction in general, free from terrorism and violent extremism, a world where our peoples can lead safe and dignified lives. This is our duty as elected representatives, to ensure that our governments live up to their obligation for a nuclear weapons-free world. As we mark in 2020 the 25th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action, our efforts have been directed towards mobilizing parliaments to accelerate the achievements of gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. Having 24.9% of women on parliamentary seats, it's not enough. That's kind of inclusive, but that's not truly representative, and that is not truly democratic because half of the planet are women. However, this anniversary is not just a matter of commemoration. This declaration was adopted for a reason. Women have been left out for too long through history. This is about correcting the course. It is about transforming, not only celebrating, a reality that has lacked a sort of justice for entire centuries. Allow me to continue in my own language, in Spanish. Hoy sabemos que celebrar, que conmemorar el aniversario de Beijing se trata de acortar la brecha, de acabar con el matrimonio infantil, de acabar con la violencia de género. Se trata de que las niñas y las mujeres no vuelvan a vivir mutilación genital. Se trata de lograr plena igualdad entre hombres y mujeres. Y eso no debe ser únicamente un ideal. Eso debe convertirse en una realidad. Tuve la oportunidad de entrar en la política cuando tenía apenas 15 años. y fui electa por primera ocasión como diputada federal a los 21. México, mi país, ha abierto las puertas para los jóvenes hace varias décadas. Pero, en contraste, hoy veo que mucha gente joven alrededor de todo el planeta no tiene estas mismas oportunidades. Únicamente 2.2% de nuestros colegas parlamentarios tienen menos de 30 años. Hoy debemos preguntarnos si esto es justo, si es aceptable que le cerremos las puertas a aquellos que son más de la mitad de la población global. Hoy depende de nosotros si vamos a construir democracias más incluyentes y más representativas. Nadie, absolutamente nadie, debe quedarse atrás. Ahora bien, uno de los temas muy importantes para nosotros ahora son los retos que vemos en el horizonte. ¿Cuál es la resiliencia para nuestros parlamentos, su papel en la gobernanza y nuestra misión para servir a la gente? Y eso mismo aplica para la Unión Interparlamentaria. Como la más joven presidenta de la organización, como la segunda mujer en 131 años en presidir la Unión Interparlamentaria, solo puedo expresar mi más ferviente esperanza de que la organización continúe evolucionando para ser una organización política, parlamentaria, fuerte, al servicio de los parlamentos y de los pueblos del mundo. Dear speakers, let us seize the moment created by the Fifth World Conference of Speakers of Parliament, by our aspirational declaration, by the invaluable support of our partners and special guests, to offer what the world needs most, parliamentary leadership for a brighter and more prosperous future. This virtual speakers conference is about you, the speakers of Parliament of the world, are urged to make this event a success and shape the global community of national parliaments as it strives to navigate a world that is called for renewed multilateralism and for global solutions to the global problems. Starting with our declaration, we need to reform and strengthen multilateralism with the United Nations at its core. Let me add, Mr. Secretary General, that notwithstanding the unusual times we live in, we much more hope that we will be granted an opportunity to present our declaration to the General Assembly, as has been the case on all past occasions for the last 20 years. My fellow colleagues, we are over 46,000 parliamentarians all over the world. Our potential must not be underestimated. We can and we should enact deep and lasting change. Let us reflect. How will history remember our generation? In my view, we can be the generation that achieves total gender equality. We can be the generation that opens the door to politics for young people. We can be the generation that redefines human solidarity. We can be the generation that strengthens multilateralism. We can be the generation that puts an end to poverty. We can be the generation that eradicates hate speech. We can be the generation that future generations can look back to and say they made a difference. We, fellow parliamentarians, can be the ones to change history. Let us make the most of this unique event. Thank you very much for being here. Muito obrigada. Merci beaucoup. Muchas gracias. Shukran jazilan. To our special guest, the United Nations Secretary General, who I must say that he used to be a parliamentarian. He knows the challenges that we face. He was a prime minister, now a secretary general. I think he's the person best suited to tell us how can parliaments translate these international agreements into national realities, into the solutions that are very much needed for our people. Welcome, Secretary General. It is an honor to have you with us.
from my own 24 years as a parliamentarian and the Prime Minister responding to Parliament, I know the crucial role you play. You are the embodiment of the opening words of the United Nations Charter, we the peoples. Sitting now in a different chair, I also know that the United Nations benefits greatly from your work. You are critical partners in bringing the global to the local and the real concerns of people into the international arena. Today, our responsibilities are especially urgent and demanding. I want to use our time together to mention a few key concerns and how we can help mobilize action and solutions. First, of course, is the COVID-19 pandemic. We face an unprecedented disaster, from economic wreckage to an education deficit imperiling an entire generation, from the aggravation of humanitarian crisis to the deepening of already troubling infringements of human rights. We have surpassed 21 million cases and 770,000 deaths. And the toll continues to grow and even accelerate in some places. The United Nations family is working across many fronts to save lives, to control transmission of the virus, and to ease the fallout and recover better. We have shipped personal protective equipment and other medical supplies to more than 130 countries. We continue to press for a global ceasefire and to fight the plague of misinformation. Across the weeks, we have issued analysis and policy recommendations spanning the full range of affected countries, sectors, issues, and populations. And from the beginning, the United Nations has been calling for massive global support for the most vulnerable countries and peoples, a rescue package amounting to at least 10% of the global economy. Developed countries are doing it largely by themselves, but we need much more solidarity with developing countries that cannot mobilize the resources to do so. And we're also supporting work to accelerate research and development for a people's vaccine, a global public good, affordable and accessible to all. As we address the emergency today, we must learn its many lessons for tomorrow. Even before the virus, many of our societies were on shaky footing, with rising inequalities, worsening degradation of the environment, shrinking civic space, inadequate public health, and untenable social frictions rooted in governance failures and lack of opportunity. The pandemic has spotlighted these injustices in especially stark terms. It has also exposed the world's fragilities in general. And so we cannot go back to what it was, but rather we must turn the recovery into a real opportunity to do things right for the future, as Madam President was saying, to build back better. Nowhere will there be more important than in responding to the climate crisis. As bad as COVID-19 is, climate disruption has the potential to cause even greater damage and upheaval. Despite some progress in raising awareness and forging coalitions, we continue to face two overarching realities. First, climate-related destruction continues to intensify, and second, climate ambition is still falling short of what science tells us is necessary and what the Paris Agreement is meant to achieve. Political leaders are rightly focused on responding to the pandemic. But while COVID-19 has forced the postponement of COP26 until 2021, a climate emergency is already upon us. We must achieve net zero emissions before 2050 and 45% cuts by 2030. As we strive to overcome one crisis, we have an opening to address another and steer our world onto a more sustainable path. We have the policies, the technology, and the know-how. In that spirit, I'm asking all countries to consider 6 climate-positive actions as they rescue, rebuild, and reset their economies. First, we need to make our societies more resilient and ensure a just transition. Second, we need green jobs and sustainable growth. Third, bailouts of industry, aviation, and shipping should be conditional on aligning with the goals of the Paris Agreement. Fourth, we need to stop wasting money, taxpayers' money, on fossil fuel subsidies and the funding of coal. New coal power plants should have no place in any rational recovery plan. Fifth, we need to consider climate risk in all decision-making. This is more important than ever in the coming months as companies, investors, and countries make far-reaching financial decisions about the future. And sixth, we need to work together. Quite simply, how the world recovers from COVID-19 is a make or break moment for the health of our planet. The recovery must also get at the other sources of instability and drivers of discontent, including severe and systemic inequalities, both within and between countries and communities. From racism and gender discrimination to income disparities, these deeply entrenched violations of human rights threaten our well-being now and in the future. Moreover, inequality damages not just its immediate targets, but everyone, including its very perpetrators. It is a brake on human development. It is associated with economic instability, corruption, financial crisis, increased crime, and poor physical and mental health. And today, new dimensions of inequality are taking shape. For example, the digital divide threatens to exacerbate long-standing inequalities. That is why I've been calling for a new social contract at the national level. It should feature a new generation of social protection policies and safety nets, including universal health coverage and the possibility of a universal basic income. Education and digital technology must be the two great enablers and equalizers by providing new skills and lifelong opportunities to everybody. And at international level, we need a new global deal to ensure that power, wealth, and opportunities are shared more broadly and equitably. We need a fair globalization and to give a stronger voice for developing countries. Parliamentarians have a central role to play in helping the world respond to the pandemic wake-up call. We need you to align your legislation and spending decisions with climate action and the Sustainable Development Goals. As I said earlier, this year in my call to action for human rights, we also need you to protect civic space, which is under assault in many places. We need legislatures to push back against efforts to use the pandemic to repress people and restrict human rights. Human rights, including freedom of expression and assembly, are essential at any time, but especially important to ensure the free flow of information on the pandemic. We look to parliaments to advance gender equality in general and within your own ranks. Most parliaments remain overwhelmingly male. This must change, including through the use of special temporary measures. And we need to show that multilateralism delivers real added value. COVID-19 has highlighted both the life-saving importance of multilateralism and its many deficits in its current form. How fast we emerge from this crisis will depend not only on the solidarity we show within our communities and our countries, but also on the degree to which governments, scientists, businesses, and of course parliaments can cooperate together across borders and continents. This is the meaning of multilateralism. It's not an ideology, it is a methodology, the best one we have to deal with truly global challenges. Today's challenges demand a networked multilateralism in which the United Nations and its agencies, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, regional organizations, trade organizations, and others work together more closely. And we also need an inclusive multilateralism. Governments and the executive branches today are far from being the only players. Parliament, civil society, the business community, local authorities, cities, and regional governments are assuming more and more leadership roles in today's world. And this in turn can help lead to an effective multilateralism with power and mechanisms to make global governance work where it is needed. I am hopeful. In the space of just months, billions of people have had to change how they work, consume, move around, and interact. Trillions of dollars have been mobilized to save lives and livelihoods. Ideas that were deemed impossible or impractical are suddenly on the table or in the pipeline. This shows what can be done in the face of an emergency and with the spirit of common cause. I attach the highest importance to our partnership. This year, as we mark the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, we have been working closely with the Interparliamentarian Union and national parliaments to talk about our future. And I'm very grateful for your efforts to bring the debate into your parliamentary halls and your constituencies. I look forward to continuing this global conversation with you in the crucial period ahead and to realizing our common aspirations for the future we want and the United Nations we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary General. Indeed, the United Nations can count on the IPU. We know that our responsibility is to work with you, is to work with the UN, but also to take these important agreements, all these resolutions, all these important roadmaps as SDGs, and to come back to our countries and deliver the proper legislation, to allocate budget to make them a reality, to work with governments in order, yes, to oversee them, but also to include cooperation as a very powerful tool for politicians. Thank you very much, Secretary General. Thank you very much, Speaker Sobotka. Thank you very much to all dear colleagues for attending this opening. I am sure that we are going to see more IPU with the United Nations. Thank you very much, Secretary General, for your empathy, for remembering your parliamentary heart. Please count on the IPU. And colleagues, we are going to close this segment. We are going to have a very short 5-minute break, and then we're going to continue with a very important panel. As the Secretary General was mentioning, we have several important crises that we need to address. So the next panel is going to be about that. We are going to have Professor Jeffrey Sachs to speak about the economic challenges. We are going to have Phoebe Konduri to speak about the climate change, climate emergency, to be honest. And we're going to have also Sarah Gilbert, now a very famous voice, because she's precisely going to speak about the vaccines and the expected solutions for the COVID-19 pandemic. Yes, we do have a lot of work to do here. We count on you. We see you in 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much again, Secretary General.
البته مناظره رو می‌دونم
Coronavirus tamamen yapılmış.
من صدا رو میشنوید؟ همه رفتن دیگه. همه رفتن.
Tamam, zaten gözükmüyoruz şu an.
اسمه عوض کن. اسم متفاوت. اسم باید ساین اپ می‌کنیم.
I'm your conference moderator. The world is facing a triple challenge, as this cartoon by the Canadian illustrator Graham Mackay clearly shows. Climate change, recession, and COVID-19. They threaten to overwhelm us. The pandemic has made it clear how health, economy, and environment are interlinked. But these linkages are not automatically reflected in policy making. How then can parliaments rise to the challenge and turn this major crisis into an opportunity to build more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive societies? I'm delighted to have with me three of the world's best minds to discuss the key challenges and the role that parliaments can play. Sarah Gilbert has been called the most important scientist in the world today. She is Professor of Vaccinology at the University of Oxford. The vaccine developed by Professor Gilbert and her team of dedicated researchers from the Jenner Institute and Oxford Vaccine Group is a current front runner in the COVID-19 vaccine race, with early findings showing promising results. Phoebe Kundari is one of the most cited women economists in the world, with 15 published books and more than 250 published scientific papers. She is Professor of Economics and Business at Athens University and President-elect of the European Association of Environmental and Resource Economists, the biggest scientific association in the world, with some 1,200 members in 75 countries. Jeffrey Sachs is considered one of the most influential economists in the 21st century. He is a world-renowned professor of economics, director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University, and director of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. He is also a best-selling author and co-recipient of the 2015 Blue Planet Prize, the leading global prize for environmental leadership. Each of our brilliant minds will speak for 7 minutes about their subject area. We'll then find out from them what response they would like to see from parliaments in addressing the challenges of COVID-19, recession and climate change, before we take questions orally from some selected speakers. There are also some slides available which you can download directly in the tab below on the portal and follow as our guests speak. So without further ado, let me turn to Professor Gilbert. Professor Gilbert, there are many vaccines under development currently. You're the lead scientist on the Oxford vaccine for COVID-19. Can you please update us on the state of your vaccine development and tell us if it's one or more vaccines that are going to save the world at this current time? Would you like me to say something?
Drugs or therapeutics and the vaccine. These measures are all vital, but they become available at different times. Public health measures should be implemented rapidly. They can be used from the very beginning of an outbreak, and they should be maintained until other control measures are fully available. So public health measures are very important in identifying areas of virus transmission, applying the effective and appropriate use of personal protective equipment to protect those who are contact tracing and healthcare workers, and also for the whole population, applying social distancing measures and behavioural changes to reduce viral transmission while we wait for other measures to become available. Drugs or therapeutics can be implemented more rapidly, brought into use more rapidly, if we use existing drugs which have a known clinical safety profile and known interactions with other drugs. This reduces the time to test new drugs against new viruses, rather than developing new drugs specific to that particular virus. But they still need to be tested for efficacy in clinical trials, and it's really important that that requirement is not overlooked. It's become apparent that severe COVID disease appears to consist of two quite distinct phases, with different types of drugs required to treat those two different phases. So initially, we need antiviral drugs, which will prevent further viral replication and further spread of the virus within the body. But then the disease moves on to a phase in which antivirals can no longer take effect, and what we need is anti-inflammatory drugs to control the effects of the immune system is having on the body after the COVID infection. And so we need to recognise which phase of the disease we are trying to treat. And the first good result that has come out of the recovery trial showing the effective use of the dexamethasone, a steroid drug, which reduces inflammation. And this has reduced mortality in those requiring oxygen or intubation. And that was a very important finding, because this is a drug that is very widely used, is cost effective to use, and could be brought into use very quickly. We have seen a lot of evidence of antivirals working in preclinical studies and in lab studies, but the effects of them in treating disease in severely affected patients so far are somewhat limited. Vaccines are the third pillar, and they take time to develop. So we can speed that up by using what we call platform technologies to shorten the development times. That means using technologies that can be applied to produce vaccines against multiple different diseases, and do a lot of work in the advance of a pandemic or an outbreak to get a very great understanding of the technology itself before we use it to develop a disease-specific vaccine. We can understand the manufacturing methods and the time we need to develop those vaccines and get them testing, but we still need to confirm safety, immunogenicity, and most importantly, to determine the efficacy of the disease-specific vaccines once we start to bring those into use. So in Oxford, we started working with our platform technology, which is an adenoviral vector, which we have done a lot of work on over the past 7 years, but we started to make a COVID-specific vaccine from the beginning of January, as soon as the sequence was released from China, and we carried on through preclinical testing, and we made our first batch of the vaccine for clinical trials starting in February. We had vials filled in April. We had preclinical safety data after monkeys were vaccinated and then exposed to SARS-CoV-2, and that showed that the vaccine prevented pneumonia in the monkeys and that there was no vaccine-enhanced disease, and so that we would be safe to go into clinical trials with this vaccine, which then started at the end of April. But there is still a lot that we need to know about the vaccine that we're developing and about all the other vaccines that are going into clinical trials. Each vaccine needs to be assessed in phase 3 trials, where we look at safety and immunogenicity in a larger number of individuals, moving into tens of thousands, and we are approaching those numbers now with the Oxford vaccine. We need to look at the safety and immune response to the vaccine in different ages in the population, and also in special populations with altered immune status, such as those who are HIV positive and pregnant women. Because in order to include those in vaccination programs, we have to have safety and immunogenicity data from those populations as well. It's vital to assess the efficacy of the vaccine in the phase 3 studies. We need to understand if the vaccine protects. Does it prevent disease and transmission or merely reduce them? Does it work as well in older people? And how long will that protection last? Only when those questions are answered can we decide on how to use the vaccine for the most benefit across the world. And we will need more than one vaccine to fulfill the needs of the world. AstraZeneca, who are now manufacturing this vaccine, have committed to produce 2 billion doses, but there will still need to be other vaccines made available to vaccinate the whole of the world, and we will do what we can in Oxford to facilitate the development of other vaccines and comparing the immune responses that we get in other vaccine trials.
Professor Gilbert, for that 3-pillar approach, and indeed there's everything we can do for public health, as you mentioned, the drugs and repurposing existing ones, and thank you for that very frank update on the importance of clinical trials that are safe and efficacious, and that it will take most probably more than one vaccine for everybody to feel safe and protected. Indeed, as we heard from the UN Secretary General in his opening remarks about the need for a people's vaccine, which is available to everybody. Thank you very much, Professor Gilbert. Now let me turn to Professor Koundari and ask, how can we better reconcile economic progress with environmental sustainability? And what do you think should be the elements of a green recovery?
Very much. Thank you for having me in this wonderful panel. And I would like to start by basically repeating what the General Secretary said so eloquently. Climate change is the big emergency of our time. Climate change is indeed the umbrella crisis, much bigger than COVID-19, the recession that the pandemic is causing. And this is what is pictured in the cartoon you referred to your opening statement. The climate emergency refers to the urgency of having to limit global warming to plus 1.5 degrees Celsius, beyond which the risk of extreme weather events and poverty for hundreds of millions of people will significantly increase. Today, there is no country that is not experiencing the drastic effects of climate change. The average economic losses from climate-related disasters are in the hundreds of billions of dollars, and the impact on human life is devastating. Geophysical disasters, 90% of them related to climate change, have killed between 1998 and 2017 1.3 million people and injured 4.4 billion. The emergency we are facing, the challenge we are facing is that we need to become carbon neutral, and we need to achieve to become carbon neutral by 2050. UNEP, the United Nations Environmental Programme Emissions Gap Report in 2019 indicates that global emissions need to be cut by 7.6% per year. Calculated, this means a global reduction target of at least 68% by 2030. And if you look at slide 4 in my slides that I've distributed, No country today, most of the world today is definitely not on track on meeting SDGs 13, the climate action sustainable development goal in our agenda 2030. And the trends for 2030 are also not looking good. A big part of the world will not be able to achieve SDG, Sustainable Development Goal 13. Let me now refer to what we have SDG, Sustainable Development. And let me now refer to what we have in terms of international policies and remind what Madam President Gabriela Cuevas said, that we need to translate all this international effort of policies into national policies in order to accelerate the implementation on a country level, and in this way mobilize the international collaboration we need in order to achieve a sustainable development that will contain climate change and achieve a resilient economy, society, and an environment again resilient to crises that we cannot live in. In 2017, we have the we have 193 countries agreeing to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and a few minutes later, 197 countries signing the Paris Agreement for limiting global temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius. In 2018, IPCC reported us that we need to limit global temperature to 1.5 degrees increase compared to pre-industrial level, because 2 degrees is too big. We cannot afford to have such an increase in temperature. In 2019, the amazing Sustainable Development Solutions Network that Jeff Sachs is leading develops transformations that can help national government implement the complicated, admittedly complicated 17 SDGs. And for the first time, we have 6 targets, 6 transformations that can help each and every country develop pathways to implementing the 17 SDGs, which we must all understand that they are so interrelated that basically they refer to one big sustainable development goal. And these 6 different pathways refer to education, refer to health and demography, refer to energy decarbonization, sustainable food, land, water, and ocean, sustainable cities, communities, and the digital transformation to sustainable development. In December 19, we have the European Green Deal. Basically, Europe says that by 2050, we want to have climate neutrality. The European Green Deal is the new growth strategy of the European Union, aiming for climate neutrality, aiming for protecting the environment and biodiversity and the health of people, aiming at making Europe a technological leader in clean tech, and aiming at a just transition. And the European Green Deal has 9 different policies that cover all that can help us implement the SDGs and lead the pathways towards sustainable development. Policies referring to biodiversity, farm to fork, sustainable agriculture, clean energy, sustainable industry, building and renovating, sustainable mobility, eliminating pollution, and climate action. And what's more, there is a big budget of $1 billion to support the implementation of this deal. And it is important to understand that half of it will come from the EU and from the EU budget and the emissions trading system, and the other half has to be mobilized through public-private partnerships. All this shows European and international leadership in sustainable development, in making the transition to sustainable development. And that's why I'm referring to all of these international commitments in order to incentivize and inspire the national government, the parliamentarians and national government to translate all this into national policies. Of course, we all know that 2020 came the coronavirus, and we know that this effort for the sustainability transition has been slowed down because flattening the inflation curve, Stevenson macroeconomic recession curve, and our major focus needs to be on keeping the workforce into place, government supporting the vulnerable citizen groups, supporting SMEs against bankruptcy, introducing policies to support the financial system as non-performing loans mount, and also create fiscal packages comparable to the crisis-related loss of GDP in order to restart the economy. And what is quite important here is to understand that these new fiscal packages, and Europe came up with the EU recovery plan and extended multi-annual financial framework, and EU Next Generation, which is a fund of 750 billion, approximately half of it in loans and the other half in grants, trying to help building back better, like Gabriela said. And building back better has two axes: climate mainstreaming, a target of 30% of overall spending across programs being focused on climate, on facing the climate emergency, and also digital mainstreaming. So climate resilient, digitalization in the enhanced multi-annual financial framework of the EU. And this is exactly at the focus of a big project we are now focusing. Jeff Sachs, who is speaking next, and I are leading this project with many prominent scientists and international institutions. And what we try to do is to identify and promote technological and policy pathways for climate change mitigation, that is decarbonization, and adaptation within and across the EU member states for joint implementation of the European Green Deal, which is our sustainable growth strategy, and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and based on the European semester process country-specific recommendations and the strengths and weaknesses of each country in achieving the 17 SDGs that can be explicitly seen in the SDGs dashboard that is published every year by the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and Jeff is leading the publication. We try to show how we can have this joint implementation of the European Green Deal and the 17 SDGs, and how we can support this implementation by financial portfolios derived from the European Green Deal, from the EU Multi-Annual Financial Framework, and the EU Recovery Plan. And this project exactly focuses on trying to help national parliament members, but also parliament members at the European level, but also inform and showcase an example for parliamentarians around the world on how you can build back better and how you can use a COVID crisis as an opportunity not to be wasted in order to allow for a resilient pathway for the world. And there are two major aspects in this European Green Deal that are at the backbone that can help the building back better. Is the climate law. So it's a top-down instrument
Professor Kundari, thank you very, very much for outlining, indeed, the challenge that we face with climate change. As you say, many, many people have suffered, many people have died. We're not necessarily on track for the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, but everything possible is being done to build back better. Thank you very much for your remarks. We'll come back to you shortly for your response and thoughts about what parliamentarians can do. Let me now go to Professor Sachs, who Professor Kundari was referencing there. Professor Sachs, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown how interconnected our countries and economies are. What are the shifts that need to happen to build more resilient and people-centered economies? Professor Sachs, the floor is yours for 7 minutes.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Well, the crisis is very deep, and it's getting deeper, and it's overwhelming our governments. So we're not really getting this under control in almost any place in the world right now, and I will try to be helpful in practical terms, but I would say there's almost no good news except if Professor Gilbert's vaccine or other vaccines come, because governments are failing. It's not simple. Pandemics are not easy to control, but we're also experiencing absolutely terrible governance, anti-scientific governance, heartlessness, lack of global solidarity. My government in the United States is the worst government we've had in our history. There are others in the world that are similarly disastrous. And because of that, we have an out-of-control epidemic in the United States. The one thing I would say to all parliamentarians is this is a really awful disease. And it's not just a killer, but there is growing evidence that non-lethal infections that have long-lasting, very debilitating effects on many people. It's really worth fighting this. But many countries, in fact, are giving up. Well, we locked down, now we're opening. Nothing much we can do. This is not the attitude that your countries should take. You should be insisting as parliamentarians, what is our plan to keep the transmission of this virus down as much as possible? When kids are just sent back to school without plans, which is going to happen in the Northern Hemisphere fall, there's going to be a massive uptake of disease. When you have terrible presidents like Trump or Bolsonaro or others who don't listen to even the most basic science, millions of people are put at risk, and tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands end up dead because of this. So the first point is, you know, people have a very, they have to lead their lives, so they're tired of this already. And they're not taking control. I see it in my own city in New York, people without face masks. Governments are tired. We've got to get back to normal. We have to open the economy. People are giving up even on basic public health measures, which is physical distancing, wearing face masks everywhere, stopping group events because those are so-called super spreader events where so many infections take place. And if we don't keep public health measures intensively, this runs wild. And then there's no chance of an economy functioning in the midst of a pandemic. So as parliamentarians, your two jobs at most crucial are to make sure the government is acting on behalf of the people. And that means public health, public health, public health, and making sure that there's enough financing. Government should be borrowing from the IMF, from every emergency fund they can. Global solidarity is zero right now, unfortunately, so there's no real help almost anywhere. There are a few exceptions. Germany, I want to say, has done a really great service of increasing its development aid, but the United States is the most selfish place in the world from a government point of view. They don't even care about the rest of the world. So it's important that you find whatever means you can to fund public health measures urgently. I'd love to ask Professor Gilbert just a little bit more about the timing of all of this, because and her attitude towards what is a little bit shocking, but Russia's announcement of a vaccine without even phase 3 trials. But how should we even think about what is a realistic timeline? There's so much hype and lying by the politicians and promises that cannot be fulfilled. What could we reasonably expect, even in the best scenario, that your vaccine does a beautiful job? What can we really expect? And what should we really tell governments? You said it very well. Do public health measures no matter what. I'm just curious about your thoughts about timing, even under the best circumstances, because we get so much hype and so much lying from our government that we can't even think straight, unfortunately. And this is a real situation around the world. Let me mention a few other points very quickly. There are hungry people in your country. What is the plan to address growing hunger? This is absolutely taking place everywhere, even in the United States, a rich country, but a nasty country. I have to tell you, from a cultural point of view, 1 out of every 5 households with children in the United States cannot feed itself now. This is the most recent data. That's the US, $60,000 per capita income. What about your countries? Where is the hunger? Are you monitoring it? Because people are suffering now. And so we need to ensure not only public health measures, but humanitarian relief, especially that people have what to eat and they have urgent health services in addition to the public health controls, and they have mental health help, and women who are being beaten by husbands because they can't go out. What are your societies doing for addressing the urgent humanitarian needs? We're going to need debt relief for your countries. We're going to have to cancel a lot of the debts. This is right now talked about, but it's going to have to become real. The inequality in this world is soaring. Mr. Bezos, who owns Amazon, has had an increase of his personal wealth of $75 billion since the start of this year, one person. Our billionaires have had hundreds of billions of dollars of increase of wealth while people are suffering. And I don't notice them stepping forward and doing anything for the rest of humanity, by the way. That's how bad it is. So we're going to need relief for your countries. Another point I would emphasize is that the online world has become all more important. Those of us who have the benefit of living online, our work and our lives and our incomes continue. But those who don't have access can't have their children online in school, can't access telemedicine, and can't get other basic services. So I would go to your telecoms companies urgently. What are you doing to increase coverage immediately, urgently? Because online is vital for your society right now. And people who don't have access need access to online services. So this is something practical that can be done. Another quick point, you need to cooperate with your neighbors. You can't fight this one by one. Europe is the best positive example right now of acting together. Most other regions are divided or not even talking to each other or nearly at war with their neighbors. This is a disaster because you need a regional approach, whether it's ASEAN or the African Union or the Arab region or the Asia Pacific region or South America. Cooperation is essential, but it's not happening very much.
Professor Sachs, thank you very much. And indeed, as you say, there's an urgent need for global solidarity. I wanted to pick up on that question that you wanted to ask to Professor Gilbert, which was about the timeline for the vaccine. We've heard that many vaccines are in clinical trials stage 3. But Professor Gilbert, if I could bring you into the discussion again and just ask you about timelines and also to manage expectations. You were saying that we would need more than one vaccine. Could you elaborate on that? Because Professor Sachs, like I think the rest of the world, would like to have an idea of how long we are going to have to wait.
And that's the question that I'm most frequently asked, and we are all very desperate to understand the timelines for being able to have a vaccine available. But in truth, if we ignore all the hype and rely on the science, then it is not possible to say precisely when we will have the results of the efficacy trials. What we need is for the efficacy trials that are being conducted now, and multiple vaccines are now being enrolled into trials aiming for tens of thousands for each trial. We need to determine the efficacy, and that needs a certain number of people in those trials who've received the placebo or the control vaccine to become infected, when people who have the vaccine under test not becoming infected, and then we can actually measure the efficacy of the vaccine. And we can compare the vaccine efficacy to the immune response generated by that vaccine. And that will then help us to understand the potential efficacy of all the other vaccines. So I think what we're likely to see is that in the coming months, and it's not possible to be precise because it depends on the transmission of virus in areas where people have been vaccinated in these trials, but the aim is to have the trials running in areas of high virus transmission. And in our case, we have trials in Brazil and South America, and also in South Africa, as well as in the UK, where we now have very low virus transmission. So we can't be precise about when we will get a readout from one of those trials, but as soon as we start to see efficacy from one vaccine, that will help us understand the potential efficacy of all the other vaccines that are under test based on the immune response, which is also being measured. If they all induce a very similar immune response, it is likely that the efficacy of all of those vaccines will be similar. Those other vaccines then still need to go through the testing for safety and ideally to determine efficacy of those vaccines as well. But we will be able to be much more precise about the timing of that once we see the readout from the first vaccine. We also need regulators to accept the data and to approve use of the vaccine or emergency use initially. And that shouldn't happen until the data is presented to the regulators on safety, on immunogenicity, and most importantly on vaccine efficacy. And that then leads us to being able to make plans to implement the use of the vaccine, whether it needs to be 1 dose or 2 doses, whether it's likely to work as well in older people as it does in younger people, and how long protection is likely to last for, and we can monitor over time the immune response in the people who've been vaccinated to give us some clues onto when we're going to need to start revaccinating the people. It may be as soon as a year, it may be as long as 5 years, but we can only judge that based on data.
And that the pharmaceutical industry has never collaborated like it is at the moment on clinical trials and when we get to manufacturing and distribution. But if I'm listening carefully to you, you're thinking that perhaps the best case scenario is 2021. Am I right? We will bring back Professor Gilbert because, as I say, I think that is the question that the whole world is asking the scientists, when are we going to have this vaccine? But as Professor Sachs was alluding to, there is a lot for parliamentarians to do to show solidarity, the solidarity that the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres was calling at the beginning of this conference. So I'm now going to move more specifically to what can parliaments do? And I'm first going to go to Madam President, and then I will go back to our respected speakers. So, Madam President, what do you think parliaments can do in finding solutions, not only to COVID-19 and public health, also climate change, and of course the economic recession that many countries are already in?
Thank you very much to Professor Sachs, to Sarah Gilbert, to Phoebe for being here with us. I think that your point of views are very interesting because They are coming from literally kind of a different planet than ours in the parliament. Your point of views, your data are coming from the science. And as Professor Gilbert was just mentioning, we need to take decisions based on data, based on science. What this pandemic is showing is that first, we had a lot of problems before the pandemic. We already had a highly unequal planet. We already had very unregulated economies that were dividing more and more our societies. We already had a health system that was not working for everyone. And we already had a climate crisis. So this is the moment where we need to take very important decisions. In Parliament, we are, and here we have a lot of speakers of Parliament. In most of the cases, they are the number 2 or the number 3 in their countries, just after the head of state. So the persons that we have here are in huge responsibilities, but also they have in their hands very important solutions that could improve conditions for the scientists that are developing these vaccines. But just as Professor Gilbert and Jeffrey were saying, we need also to understand that public health is a must here, and that goes to legislation and to budget allocation. We need to dedicate more money for health, because health must not be a privilege. It is a human right. We also need to dedicate a lot of time on how we're going to design more inclusive and even feminist, I must say, economies, green economies. We need to build back better. But if we are having this huge crisis, this is also an opportunity to take a moment, to breathe, and to reflect, how are we going to become better parliamentarians? Which is the planet, which is the world that we want to bring to this and the future generations? How are we going to implement the Paris Agreement for climate change? How are we going to redefine the economies that are becoming just more and more unequal? This pandemic has shown our weaknesses, and not only because of a virus. It showed our weaknesses because we were not able to respond. There was no global response, only nationalistic answers. Some answers very far from science. So that's not the way to go. So please, let's take the lessons from this pandemic. Please, let's take the data and information that we are receiving, and let's use our parliaments, our duties in parliament, to build a better planet. This is the moment to take a decision. We have a title for this conference, Parliamentary Leadership. Let's not forget it.
Thank you very, very much, Madam President. And I would like to ask our distinguished speakers to give us just 1 minute on what do they want to see from parliaments. You have a direct line to the speakers of parliaments. Professor Gilbert, what do you want them to do?
Thank you. Well, I spoke about the 3 pillars of pandemic response, and you should support all of those 3 pillars. Strengthen public health. That's something to do now. It's never a bad thing to strengthen public health. It's really important now. Support your healthcare systems and your healthcare workers. Train more of them, train scientists. We need good science to respond to outbreaks and to pandemics in the future, and there will be more of them. This will not be the last one that happens. And finally, plan for vaccine rollout. We expect that we will learn a lot more about the efficacy of vaccines in the coming months, probably with vaccine rollout in the early part of 2021. And it will be necessary for each country to decide who gets vaccinated first, because not everybody will be able to be vaccinated in the first round of vaccinations. We need to prioritise the healthcare workers, the most vulnerable, and then think about getting to the rest of the population so that we can make the best use of the first doses of vaccine that are available before more come on stream. So those are the 3 things. Support the pillars of the pandemic response.
Professor Gilbert, thank you very much. Professor Koundari, what would you like to see parliaments do to better manage this climate change crisis?
Thank you. What is needed now is a fundamental transformation of the economic, social, and financial systems that will trigger exponential change. in strengthening social, economic, health, and environmental resilience. We need to leverage the power of people to achieve the vision of a prosperous, inclusive, fair, climate and pandemic resilient society and economy. We need parliaments to work top-down, to legislate and transpose the international commitments, the international agreements that are there, and they are our blueprint for a better recovery into national laws. But we also need to work bottom up. We need to engage all the stakeholders, the civil society, the business, the policymakers, the politicians in this common vision of a sustainable and inclusive and fair society and economy. The economic crisis now is more severe than the 2008 financial crisis, and the decarbonization challenge is even more urgent. I would say invest on controlling the epidemic, creating jobs and support the vulnerable, and embrace green taxonomies for investments. If I had to pinpoint on 7 or 8 investments.
Thank you, Professor Koundouri, indeed. And as you mentioned, the economic crisis that we're facing is great. Professor Sachs, what is your message? You alluded to many things that you would like parliaments to be doing in your first response, but in 1 minute, could you be concise and say, what do you want them to do in the way they handle the economic crisis that the world is facing?
I want Parliament to hold the government accountable to have a public health strategy and a humanitarian strategy. These two basic things, and not to let governments get away with anti-scientific bombast, lies, populism. You need a plan. Your academics and scientists should be part of it, and it's urgent. I would also like parliaments to press the international system to truly be multilateral, not just in rhetoric, but in reality. And that means telling the large powers, the United States, China, other big countries, no, you have to contribute. There's no such thing as America first in a global world that's interconnected. There's no such thing as that selfishness. We need true multilateralism. And be nice to your neighboring countries. You need them, and they need you. Thanks very much.
Indeed, multilateralism and be nice to your neighbour. Parliamentarians, you've heard from our speakers what they expect from you. I would now like to take questions or remarks of no more than 2 minutes from some of the speakers who've requested the floor. And I would first of all like to go to Ms. Laura Tucker Longsworth from Belize.
Good morning. Thanks, IPU and President Gabriela for having me on the platform to speak this morning. I want to thank the speakers for all their presentations, so relevant and indeed affecting all of us. I was particularly interested in the presentation from the presenters, and I would like to go directly to those issues, taking into account that we are all indeed having collapsed economies and have an obligation to our people. One of the issues that we perhaps should expand on is food security for our people, because people are hungry. We have to have food, and yet we're experiencing climate change. So we have more rain when we should not be having rain. We're losing our crops in the fields and so on. And during COVID, with nobody working, it's an issue. So we are focusing on food security. And my other question would be, my comment would be to Professor Gilbert. How many people do you have to have in the trials to determine efficacy? And I also wanted to know whether there are discussions on how vaccine distribution will be done equitably to especially the interest coming from a small place like Belize, part of CARICOM, and we're all small, fragile economies. You also mentioned antivirals. We can't afford antivirals in our countries. And so I wondered if you could comment on that. Thank you.
Gilbert, if I've understood the two questions from Madam Speaker from Belize were, how many people do you have to have in the trials for efficacy? And what comments do you have on distribution? Indeed, we heard the UN Secretary General asking for a people's vaccine. You also alluded that it should be essential workers. But what can you tell us about whether there's been any meetings that have been held about the distribution of this vaccine so that access is equitable and affordable?
So in terms of the number of people needed in the trials, it's not the number of people who are recruited into the trials that matters, it's the number of people who are diagnosed as PCR positive infected in the control group that is important. And obviously the more people we have vaccinated in the trials, the more chance there is that we reach that number quickly. That number it's under debate, different regulatory authorities are discussing that, but it's of the order of 100 infections that we need to see before we unblind the trial and see which group those infections have occurred in. But depending on the amount of virus transmission in the areas where people are being vaccinated, it may take a longer or a shorter time to reach the required number before we can determine the vaccine efficacy within that trial. Now, in terms of vaccine distribution, it's always been the aim of Oxford University that we would have a vaccine that would be available as much as possible for the whole world, and we're particularly interested in supporting low-income countries. And AstraZeneca, our partner who have taken on the manufacturing, have licensed the vaccine to the Serum Institute of India, who are scaling up manufacturing very rapidly. They will be supplying vaccines through Gavi to low-income countries in partnership with the WHO. So there have been a lot of discussions on vaccine distribution, and AstraZeneca's approach is to have manufacturing in many different areas of the world so that we're not reliant on one country or one small part of the world to be supplying vaccine for the rest of the world. Vaccine manufacturing will be distributed so that distribution of the vaccine can take place more readily across different parts of the world. And we believe this is a very good approach to be following.
Thank you much for your remarks. I would now like to give the floor to Lord Fakafenua from Tonga for his question or remark.
I'd like to thank IPU and, of course, Madam President for this opportunity. I'm speaking from probably the most isolated place in the Kingdom of Tonga, and it's 2:30 in the morning for me, so I really appreciate everyone's time and having to participate in this meeting. I really like the distinguished panel of experts and everything that you've contributed to the conference this morning, and especially comments from Jeffrey Sack and Sarah Gilbert, and of course Professor Phoebe. My question is to Sarah Gilbert. We really appreciate the work that you do, and I'm sure the rest of the world is waiting to see how the results of your trials for efficacy and of course the vaccine, and the question that was on everyone's mind was, how long are we going to wait? How much longer are we going to shut down the economies, close the borders? We're going to have these public measures around until the silver bullet comes in. And you've rightfully said that there is no single silver bullet. This is a three-pronged approach. My question revolves around the world's experience today. Given that we've had global pandemics before, the Spanish flu, that was quite devastating. Now we have COVID-19. What lessons have we learned or not learned? How can we prevent this from happening again? Are we in a better position now with COVID-19 to handle a second pandemic? Or, I mean, as an expert, what is your recommendation to us legislators and parliaments? Are there things that we need to do to better prepare this world for another pandemic?
Thank you very, very much, the speaker from Tonga. Indeed, I think that's a very important question. Professor Gilbert, what have we learnt from the Spanish flu? What have we learnt from COVID-19 so that we can be better prepared if we are going to be facing another pandemic?
1918, we've had many warnings and we've had many outbreaks, and we should have been reacting more quickly this time. We had avian flu, we've had SARS, we've had MERS, we've had the Ebola outbreak in 2014. Each time, scientists like myself, healthcare professionals have been saying we need to be better prepared. We can respond to this kind of event, but we need preparation, we need investment, we need funding. I've been working on the development of vaccines against MERS, Nipah and Lassa fever for several years now with funding from CEPI, but it's been going much too slowly. And those are diseases that we already know about that could cause outbreaks and for which we have no vaccines. We should no longer be in that position. We should put more investment into preparing for these outbreaks. For the known pathogens that could suddenly start to spread, we should have vaccines stockpiled. For Lassa fever, we should be using a vaccine that should have been tested in phase 3 trials, and we should be attempting to really control Lassa fever in West Africa so that it doesn't cause the death that it's now causing. And we need to put more effort into preparing with the platform technologies to be ready for the next outbreak, to move faster next time, to be better coordinated and have a faster response so that this doesn't happen to the extent that it has. We've had warnings, we haven't had the investment, now we need the investment.
But indeed, much more pandemic preparedness. Let me now go to Mr. Rick Dames, who's President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, for his remark or question.
Well, thank you very much. As you know, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe consists out of 628 members of national parliaments out of 47 European countries. Our work is based on the European Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms. We see that they are under siege. My remark is the following. I see that everyone, and obviously it is needed, is concentrating short-term on addressing COVID. I see that everyone is concentrating, let's say, medium-term in vaccination, because that will be the turning point in any pandemic. But what I also see is that now suddenly many of us in the political world are thinking about environment as being a long-term objective. In my view, environment is short-term. It's even as short-term as COVID is. What are we doing in the Council of Europe? We are trying to have environment being a human right by protocol in European Convention. Now, that is a binding convention. If you don't obey as a member country, a citizen can go against your government to the European Court of Fundamental and Human Rights, and you can get sanctioned. My question is, knowing that we're trying to do this, and everyone thinking of health as a human right, and we are thinking that environment should be a human right. It's not in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. By the way, shouldn't we have a global parliamentary effort whereby maybe through the same resolution, maybe through regional conventions, we at this stage have also the attention of having environment being a human right within binding conventions, in order not to have the effect that once this pandemic is over, then suddenly we see all the money's gone and the big problem is still out there. So my question to the three panelists would be, wouldn't you think that we should address with the same intensity this issue? Because otherwise, I mean, the world's going down.
If you could just very clearly repeat, what is your one question? It was about a greater stress, as I understand it, on an environment. Could you just repeat the question? Thank you.
What we are doing is to trying to put environment definition defined as a human right in the European Convention of Human Rights. That's a binding convention. You can go to court against a country who doesn't obey with it. It's not in there, not yet. We're trying to do that. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights does not have anything on environment. Shouldn't we try to do something like that in order not to forget this issue on the table?
I will ask Professor Koundouri to be very brief on that question, which is a good one, that environment is not in the Human Rights Convention. Should it be? Professor Koundouri.
The obvious answer is yes. Environment is very important. Environment and the loss of biodiversity could be one of the causes of this pandemic, because the loss of biodiversity brought together wildlife with humans and make the zoonotic live easier. Of course, we should remember, and this is what I have emphasized in my presentation, that we have a global agenda, which is the only global agenda at the moment, which is Agenda 2030. And environment is part of this agenda, and quite explicitly, more than half of the SDGs are explicitly referring to sustainable management of the environment and integration of environmental sustainability into social and economic sustainability. Of course, the idea that you have and you have presented now is a good one. It makes environmental resilience and its importance more explicit, and it basically shows the need of being able to legally, a top-down approach, to legally claim your right to a good environment. This is something that the European Commission has been doing for many years. There are directives that have been transposed into national law and explicitly refer to the sustainable use of the environment.
Very much. Now, let me turn to the Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union, Martin Chungong, who is with me and has been waiting very patiently here. You've been hearing from the UN Secretary General, from the President of the Interparliamentary Union, from our three speakers, the Speakers of Parliaments. So, in a few words, could you just conclude, what do you think parliaments should be doing when faced with these triple challenges of COVID-19, economic recession and climate change?
Thank you very much, Claire. I think that the message that has been conveyed is very clear, that parliaments are challenged to actively implement those powers that accrue to them by virtue of the constitutional provisions in their country's lawmaking, oversight and budgetary allocations. They should use this to address the crisis that we are facing today. And they have to do that in a timely manner. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to take our time in this regard. And you mentioned the Secretary General. He said that parliaments play a strong role in bringing the global to the local. And there we have several global blueprints that can help us address the challenges today. You have the 2030 agenda, you have the Paris Agreement, and I may say also that you have the IPU landmark resolution on universal health coverage. We want to see parliaments using these agendas to good effect and making sure that we move from the abstract notion of democracy and strong parliaments to reality, making an impact on the lives of the people. That is what is important. And the last point is, they should be truly representative of the people. At the end of the day, as the Secretary General said, and as the Charter says, parliaments embody that notion of we the people. We have to be inclusive in the way we do business. We have to be more active in providing more resources and translating international commitments into local reality. And I think that is where parliaments can show that they are relevant on an ongoing basis. And I said, again, time is of the essence. We are dealing with crisis and not just normal challenges.
Secretary General, thank you very, very much. And thank you to our distinguished speakers, Professor Sachs, Professor Gilbert, Professor Kundari. We are now going to take a short break and then we'll come back and we'll hear the presentation of some very important reports on gender equality, youth participation, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Thank you. Welcome back. In this session, we will have the presentations of 3 reports on gender equality, youth participation, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. These issues are reflected in the draft outcome declaration that will be adopted at the end of the conference. We are now going to hear from speakers who will present the reports, making gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls a reality, and best practices and parliamentary commitments. I call first on Mr. Kenneth Lusaka from Kenya to present for 3 minutes.
Mr. Kenneth, President, roll call.
Thank you so much. The IPU President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, session to introduce my distinguished co-rapporteurs with whom I'm going to present the report on making gender equality and empowerment of women and girls a reality, best practices and parliamentary commitments. My name is Senator Kenneth Lusaka, Speaker of the Senate of Kenya, and I'm pleased to present the report with Ms. Shirin Shamin Zobra, who is the current first woman in Parliament of Bangladesh, the youngest to assume the office. She previously served as the State Minister of Women and Children Affairs of Bangladesh, and Ms. Donatilla Abalisa, Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of Rwanda, where women make up to 1.3% of national legislature, far more proportionally than any other country in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the unprecedented challenges that the world is currently facing due to COVID-19 situation, which has challenged partners to adopt a new normal, I'm encouraged by the opportunity presented by the IPU to organize this forum. Even as we come to tackle the immense challenges before us, we should not lose sight of the achievements in elevating women's human rights and quality. However, we should be cautious not to reverse the gain made in achieving gender equality in law, gender balanced political participation, and the elimination of violence against women and girls. This is especially so because of the heightened vulnerability of women and girls due to the challenges presented by the COVID-19 situation. 2020 presents an opportunity to review the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action that Beijing Plus 25, the 20-year review of the implementation of United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, and the 5-year milestone in sustainable development SDGs in Goal 5, gender equality and women's empowerment. So in reviewing the achievements and challenges, let's start with the first question. Where are we with the discrimination in law? Even though certain commitments to eliminate discrimination of those women have been made by the international community through the 1979 Convention on the Elimination of Against Women, 1995 Declaration and Platform for Action, and the SDG 5 under 2030 Agenda, Sustainable Development and implementing sustainable goals. Fortunately, there is discrimination of women in law. On average, women have just 3/4 of the legal rights to men. Discriminatory laws affect more than 12 billion women else around the world. Women and girls are still treated unequally in areas of property rights, conferring nationality on their children, matters of personal law. The other persistent barriers to eliminating laws include the rise of feminism and conservatism, gender pay gap, where women are represented in added value jobs and managerial positions, prioritization of traditional customary or religious law over civil law systems, limited access to.
Mr. Lusaka, thank you very much for your remarks. I'm afraid time is not our friend, so I must move on now to Ms. Donatilla Mukabalisa from Rwanda, who has 3 minutes to talk about the report.
Thank you. I present the women achievements of in this area. First, I would women in our parliaments with the average of being now at 24% from 5% 1995. But progress has been slow. It is best to take us 50 years with gender equality. It is time for more and Rwanda. Paying lip service to gender equality no longer be true. Gender equality campaign. New research shows that gender electoral in a key department of progress participation in parliament. The top 20 of the largest share of female parliament in 2022.
I apologize for the technical difficulties that we're having with the connection from Rwanda and that we have had to cut short that presentation. But I'm delighted to say that we are now going to hear from Ms. Shireen Sharmin Chowdhury from Bangladesh, who has 3 minutes.
Thank you, honorary speakers, for your thoughtful interventions. Indeed, we can also be proud of the progress made in the areas of legislative development and women political, notwithstanding the remaining challenges and efforts to be made in future. But I'm afraid progress in the area of eliminating violence against women and girls is rather modest and fragile. With 154 countries having passed laws on domestic violence, 154 countries having laws on sexual harassment, and improvements in legal frameworks, yet women and girls remain subject to different and intersecting forms of violence. Recent data shows that more than 50,000 women are killed intentionally by their partners or family members every year worldwide. These represent 137 women every day. 650 million women and girls in the world today are married before age 18. At least 200 million women and girls aged 15 to 49 have undergone female genital mutilation in the 30 countries. The recent COVID-19 outbreak has become an additional risk factor for gender-based violence against women. Data shows that since the adoption of confinement measures, there has been an increase in the occurrence of domestic violence. In order to address these issues, IPU supported good parliamentary practices. Awareness raising and capacity building activities have triggered parliamentary action in Albania, Azerbaijan, Romania, Tajikistan, and Turkey. Support brought to the caucus of women MPs in Mauritania during the examination of a government bill on gender-based violence and a bill on reproductive health helped include the prohibition of female genital mutilation, FGM, in both bills. Training of members of the Parliamentary Network on Violence Against Women in Mali helped the MPs to carry out outreach missions to raise awareness among the population on ending violence against women and girls, FGM, and child marriage. In Burkina Faso, a law on all forms of violence against women and girls was drafted with IPU support and adopted in 2015. The ILO Violence and Harassment Convention 2019, number 190, has shed light on women's experiences of violence and harassment in the world of work. It is important to advance ratification and implementation of this convention. The IPU study, Sexism, Harassment and Violence Against Women in Parliament, provided evidence of the prevalence of gender-based violence in Parliament as a workplace. In 2019, the IPU issued guidelines to support action by parliaments to eliminate sexism, harassment, and violence against women. Let us use lessons learned in fighting violence against women and girls, wherever they are, whoever they affect, whatever the ground. Let us join forces and leave no one behind. Recommendations: tackle all forms of violence against women and girls through legislation and policy making. Review and adopt comprehensive legislation and policies on all forms of violence against women and girls. Condemn all forms of violence against women in politics and enforce a zero-tolerance policy towards any act of sexism, harassment, and violence against women in
Thank you very much, the speaker from Bangladesh, for giving us those recommendations on empowering women. And indeed, much remains to be done, especially with the negative impact that the pandemic seems to be having on women's rights. Let's now move to the report on stepping up youth participation in politics and parliaments from words to action. And I give the floor for 3 minutes to Mr. Siman Shenin from Algeria.
Respective countries. Thank you.
Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Siman Shenin from Algeria for the report on stepping up youth participation in politics and parliaments from words to action. And I'm hoping that we're going to be able to bring you the report on stepping up youth participation in politics and parliaments from words to action in a moment. We have 3 speakers who are ready to present their findings. Mr. Siman Shenin from Algeria, Ms. Fauzia Zainal from Bahrain, and Lord Fakafanua from Tonga, who will be presenting their findings on those reports. While we wait to hear from those speakers, I will just turn to the Secretary General here, who was telling me earlier about youth participation, the young speakers that there are, but also it is important, isn't it, that young people actually participate, because there's quite a lot of disaffection, especially with those who are 25 and under of politics.
Yeah, that's right. I think that the figures speak for themselves. Just 2% of the world's parliamentarians are people under the age of 30, although they make up the bulk of society. It is important that they are involved, not only in decisions that concern them, but also that they hold leadership positions in these structures. And that is why the campaigns such as the Not Too Young to Run campaign are very useful. If you are able to vote and you're able to go into the army, then you should not be too young to stand for public office. And so we encourage youth participation, and there are measures that have proven their worth in terms of gender equality that we can apply also for youth participation.
Secretary General, thank you very much indeed. And yes, youth participation in politics is absolutely key. And I'm calling on Mr. Siman Shenin from Algeria, who is going to present the first part of that report.
اهلا وسهلا، شكرا. انه شرف عظيم لنا اليوم ان نعرض تقرير حول تعزيز المشاركه السياسيه والبرلمانيه للشباب، الانتقال من الاقوال الى الافعال. نؤمن بكمال الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي بقوه الشباب والنساء في الوقت الذي تواجه فيه مجتمعاتنا ازمات ليست تحديات فقط على غرار قضايا الصحه العامه والتغيرات المناخيه، فان المشاركه السياسية ليست مجرد حق، بل يجب استيفاؤه بل تعد أيضا استثمار بما يمكن إهداؤه للأجيال القادمة. وستتطرق لعدة مواضيع مهمة مثل الاتجاهات والمعطيات العالمية حول المشاركة السياسية للشباب، ومساعي الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي ونشاطاته من أجل تمكين الشباب، والعراقيل التي تواجه مشاركة الشباب، وختاما اقتراحات ملموسة من أجل التمكين الحقيقي للشباب. يحتفل الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي هذا العام بالذكرى العاشرة لقرار الخاص بمشاركة الشباب في العملية الديمقراطية، والذي يعترف بأن بلوغ الديمقراطية الحقيقية يتطلب مشاركة كاملة وفاعلة للشباب في العملية الديمقراطية على جميع المستويات. لقد أضحت الحاجة إلى هذا القرار الملحة الآن أكثر من أي وقت مضى في ظل جائحة كوفيد-19 التي مست الشباب في بلداننا بنسب متفاوتة، سواء فيما يتعلق بالحصول على التعليم وفرص العمل والرعاية الصحية. يمثل طبعا الشباب أقل من 30 سنة نصف سكان العالم تقريبا، بينما يتراوح معدل أعمار ربع سكان العالم بين 15 و30 سنة. وفق معطيات الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي فإن نسبة برلمانيين الشباب أقل من 30 سنة لا تتعدى 2.2%، وضعف التمثيل هذا نجده أيضا في فئة البرلمانيين بين 40 و45 سنة. كما أظهرت أبحاث الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي أن أكثر من 30% من برلمانات العالم أحادية الغرفة، ونسبة مماثلة في الغرف الأدنى في البرلمانات ذات الغرفتين، وأكثر من 3/4 الغرف العليا في البرلمانات ذات الغرفتين لا وجود فيها لبرلمانيين أقل من 30 سنة. وأود الإشارة أن بلادي الجزائر عملت على تخفيض سن القانونية للترشح للبرلمان من 28 إلى 25 سنة، وإعلان رئيس الجمهورية السيد عبد المجيد تبون على المساعدات المالية للحملات الانتخابية للشباب الذين يترشحون للانتخابات التشريعية القادمة من أجل الرفع النوعي من عدد النواب الشباب بالمجلس الشعبي الوطني.
I'm afraid we've had a technical problem with Algeria, but I am sure that you were able to hear most of Mr. Shanin's remarks. And I would now very much like to go to Ms. Fawzia Zainal from Bahrain.
Mute.
And I'm just checking. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know that you were very, very influential yesterday at the Women's Summit. And thank you very much for your participation again. We're just going to check that we've got the connection with Ms. Fawzia Zainal, the speaker from Bahrain.
وظلت الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي سباقة إلى الإقرار بضرورة إحداث عدالة أكبر في تمثيل وتمكين الشباب، بما يحقق نقلة إيجابية في الارتقاء بالجهود التنموية للدول والمجتمعات. كما أنه لشرف كبير أن نشهد التحرك الفاعل للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي من أجل الشباب، وهو وقت مناسب للتفكير في الخطوات التي تحققها وبحث المساعي التي يجب الشروع فيها مستقبلا من أجل تعزيز مشاركة الشباب. إن قرار الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي الذي نشهد ذكراه العاشرة لم تقتصر على مجرد الدعوة إلى تعزيز استشارة الشباب في العملية السياسية فحسب، بل دعا أيضا إلى رفع نسب تمثيلهم المباشر في عملية صنع القرار. كما اقترح القرار تدابير ملموسة بالعمل بنظام الكوتا لصالح الشباب، وأن يكون السن الأدنى للترشح متوافقا مع السن المحدد للانتخابات، إلى جانب تعزيز الحضور الشبابي في العملية السياسية وتمكينهم في تعلم أبجديات السياسات لممارسة دورهم الوطني الفاعل. يعتبر الانخراط التام للشباب في عملية ديمقراطية على جميع المستويات أمر مهم، ويستدعي وضع الاستراتيجيات لأجل ذلك، ابتداء من تعريفهم بمفاهيم الديمقراطية والحرص على وضع ذلك ضمن أهم أولويات وأهداف الأجندة السياسية للاتحادات والبرلمانات دول العالم. إن الاستفادة من الطاقات والأفكار والرؤى الجديدة للشباب أمر ضروري من أجل معالجة القضايا الهامة التي تمس الفئات العمرية المختلفة في المجتمعات والشعوب، من مثل تجسيد أهداف التنمية المستدامة وقضايا الأمن والسلم والحق في التعليم والرعاية الصحية، الحماية الاجتماعية والمساواة بين الجنسين، تكافؤ الفرص الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والسياسية، والتصدي للتغييرات المناخية. إن التمكين السياسي للشباب سيؤدي إلى ظهور رؤى جديدة في السياسة وطبيعة ممارستها، بما يحقق القدرة على التماشي مع المتغيرات السريعة ومواجهة التحديات المستجدة وتجاوزها. ولا شك أن البرلمانات تطلع بدور محوري في عملية استيعاب الالتزامات الدولية لمملكة البحرين. تجربة رائدة في مجال تمكين الشباب زاد من ثرائها المبادرات المتميزة التي قدمها سمو الشيخ ناصر بن حمد آل خليفة لدعم الشباب الذين يمثلون العمود الفقري للنهضة الوطنية الشاملة والمسيرة التنموية المتواصلة بقيادة حضرة صاحب الجلالة الملك حمد بن عيسى آل خليفة ملك مملكة البحرين حفظه الله ورعاه، حيث يؤمن جلالته بأن عملية إشراك الشباب في الشأن الوطني هو رهان رابح في كل الأحوال. ولمجلس النواب تجربة مثمرة ودوره الثابت واهتمامه الدائم في توظيف الدور التشريعي والتثقيفي لتمكين الشباب. من ذلك وجود لجنة برلمانية نوعية دائمة للشباب، وبرنامج الثقافة البرلمانية الذي يستوعب سنويا أكثر من 1000 مشارك من الجنسين. ونعمل على إقامة برلمان للشباب لإشراكهم في جلسة محاكاة حقيقية للعمل التشريعي، إضافة إلى تنظيم المنتديات والفعاليات والحوارات الشبابية بشكل متواصل، والكثير من المبادرات الأخرى التي لا يسع الوقت لذكرها. شكرا لحسن إصغائكم.
Thank you very, very much, the Speaker, Fawzia Zainal from Bahrain. I now call on Lord Fakafenua from Tonga to present for 3 minutes.
Young people face legal barriers in many countries, with 65% of countries having a minimum age to hold office that is higher than the voting age. In many contexts, there are also financial impediments for young people to run for office. Nominations to parties and election campaigns can be expensive. Lack of financial means prevents youth from qualifying for elections and being competitive. Formal politics persists to be perceived as being business of senior individuals, and young people can be perceived as not yet ready for the responsibility of holding office. It is marginalizing our young people and discouraging their interest in political engagement. Lack of name recognition and the access of crucial networks that are needed to gain attention, be nominated by political parties and become viable candidates. Women MPs, especially young women, often face additional barriers such as gender discrimination and other forms of gender-based violence, family responsibilities conflicting with professional tasks in parliaments that are not gender sensitive. Looking at key recommendations, taking into account these and other barriers, young parliamentarians and the IPU have been continuously pushing for a series of concrete proposals to better empower youth. I wish to share a few of them here with you today and hope they inspire you to take further action in your home countries. Implement by 2035 the global targets for youth participation in our parliaments set by the IPU Forum of Young Parliamentarians based in youth proportions in the global population. 15% of young parliamentarians under 30, 35% of young parliamentarians under 40, and 45% of young parliamentarians under 45. Propose deliberate measures to reach the targets of youth participation in your national parliaments, including by reforming our consultations and electoral rolls to introduce youth quotas and removing legal barriers for young people to engage in politics, by aligning a minimum age of eligibility for political office with the voting age. Establish parliamentary specialized bodies, such as youth committees or forums of young parliamentarians to mainstream youth issues in Parliament's work and provide youth perspectives to issues that affect them. Underline the role of parliamentarians in increasing the funds allocated to youth programs in general budgets, especially those related to enhancing youth participation in political life and their contribution to political discussion, so that it becomes budget responsive to the needs of aspirations of the youth. Open up parliaments to youth in broader sense through social media and new technologies, reaching out to their communities, promoting citizenship education, and providing youth with new means to express their aspirations and concerns more freely. On the occasion of the 10th anniversary of IPU resolution, we as speakers can be proud of setting the example for the parliamentary community to raise the profile of youth participation on the global agenda. The progress is evident, so is the need for advancing more ambitious objectives and stepping up youth political participation. No more time for words. The time for youth engagement for global action is now.
Thank you very much, Lord Fakanua, Ms. Zainal and Mr. Shenin, for your reports on stepping up youth participation in politics and parliaments from words to action. And the final report for today is Decade of Action to Achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I call on Mr. Chuan Lik Pai, the speaker from Thailand, to present the findings for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you so much. This is the Speaker of the Norwegian Parliament. I think I was supposed to present the first part of the report, if that's okay with the host. Yeah, I'll just start. So, Madam President, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to present this conference report together with my esteemed colleague, Mr. Chuan Lik Pai from Thailand. After taking you through the first part, Mr. Lik Pai will present the second part of the report. The 2030 Agenda, adopted in 2015, consists of 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. These are designed to eradicate extreme poverty and drastically reduce other forms of deprivation and inequality, while also setting the planet on a sustainable course. The SDGs constitute an integrated framework. This means that progress on each goal is dependent on the advancement of the other goals. The SDGs reflect a solid human and human rights perspective. It is a mutually interdependent approach and it applies to all our countries. The IPU took part in the negotiations on the 2030 Agenda. As a result, paragraph 45 describes the role of parliaments in supporting the implementations of the SDGs through legislation and government oversight. The goals will need concerted political will and citizen action in order to be accomplished. Parliaments and parliamentarians should be in the forefront of this effort. The IPU has integrated the SDGs in its 2017-2021 strategy. It supports parliaments by helping them to have in place the right tools to perform their legislative, oversight and representative roles with regard to the SDGs. A toolkit for self-assessment from the IPU and UNDP has been used by several parliaments in this effort. The IPU is also focusing on key issues such as the underrepresentation of women and youth in decision-making and economic opportunity. This is something that continues to be an obstacle to progress in sustainable development. Much of the IPU's work on the SDGs incorporates a gender and youth perspective. The IPU has arranged regional SDG seminars that have been attended by more than 134 parliaments so far. Through sharing best practices and experience, these seminars make the SDGs more precise. Finally, the IPU connects parliaments with the UN process of monitoring progress on the SDGs. This is done by means of parliamentary events during the high-level political forum on sustainable development and through cooperation with the UN system. It also has its own Standing Committee on UN Affairs involved in this work. And I will now ask my esteemed colleague from Thailand to present the second part of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the speaker from Norway, Ms. Tone Wilhelmsen Troen. And I am now going to go back to Mr. Chuan Lik Pai from Bangkok in Thailand, who has 3 minutes to present to us.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings from Thailand.
Good.
I would like to summarize the second part of the report on SDG into 3 parts. First, scorecard reviewed. The SDG scorecard had shown a slow progress overall, with all countries facing difficulties in achieving the SDGs. The COVID-19 crisis had brought into sharper focus the vulnerability of all humanity, regardless of sovereignty, ideology, or religion. Countries have different capacities to achieve the SDG. Therefore, the progress they have made in the implementation of the SDGs has undoubtedly remained uneven. Second, lesson learned. As of now, the following key lessons can be drawn. One, parliaments are aware of the SDGs, but given the gigantic task of achieving all of them, they still need to do more. Two, there's no one-size-fits-all solution to the institutionalization of the SDGs in parliaments. Three, parliaments have immensely benefited from coming together to share their experiences and exchange best practices. Four, more specifically, there remain obstacles to addressing climate change issues, owing mainly to the difficulties in coordinating activities with governments. Five, parliaments could make better decisions through access to quality data sorted by gender, minority status, age, and regional area, among others. Third, decade of action. Action has been called upon by the UN Secretary General on 3 levels: global, local, and people. The IPU agrees with and supports the UN Decade of Action. Apart from national effort, emphasis should be given to multilateral actions through parliamentary diplomacy in regional, sub-regional, and inter-parliamentary forums to create a momentum for the SDG implementation, especially in the context of global challenges posed by COVID-19. In this respect, parliaments must take bolder actions, step up their efforts, rally political will, and focus on the practical ways to turn goals into reality. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, the speaker from Thailand, Mr. Chuan Leek Pai. And thank you for all of the speakers on the report of Decade of Action to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We'll now take a short break before our panel discussion, Stepping Up Parliamentary Action, the Climate Change Emergency.
If I could summarize the 130 years of the Interparliamentary Union in one word, I would say peace.
Perkara yang membuka minda dan mata.
IPU in one word.
Gotong royong. Dialogue. Hope.
مشاركة سياسية شبابية جيدة.
World vision.
合作.
Stronger democracies.
Fast. I will say, don't discriminate.
L'engagement.
Netzwerkbildung.
Fred.
Cooperation.
It's a lighthouse.
As the IPU marks its 130th anniversary, it is a time of both celebration and sober reflection for us. As we gather here in Belgrade, I would like to thank, on behalf of all of us, our host, the Republic of Serbia and its National Assembly.
Hello, President Nasheed, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Wonderful, great. Is it just you speaking today?
Yeah, it is me.
Okay, great. You're coming through loud and clear, which is great.
Can you hear me? So it's all clear?
Yeah, no, you're sounding great for me here. So
because we did the first internet parliament, so we're seasoned.
Seasoned? Well, in that case, it sounds like you're ready to go.
Yes, we've been running the parliament through the Teams for the last 2 months. Phone kan dida na huttu ni to hai.
Hello, Switzerland, can you hear me? I just want to make sure that you're coming through loud and clear. Right. Hello, Dr. Kabadi, I'm going to try you again. Can you hear me, and can you say a couple of lines for me, please, just so I can check your microphone is working? In the meantime, though, anyone who's not speaking, can you make sure that you are muted on your microphone? And when it comes to your turn to speak, obviously make sure that you unmute yourself when you're ready to start. And could we also ask to make sure that no one shares any content within the WebEx, like doing a screen share or anything like that, and also to not use the chat function. If you're going to use the chat function, make sure you direct it specifically to me. If you send a message to everyone, it will appear on the event for everyone. So it's just avoid using the chat function and to not share anything into the WebEx. Narcisio, can you hear me? Mr. Manjate, can you hear me? Yes, Dr. Kabadi, I'm speaking for you now. I've just seen your messages. Can you hear me?
But I'm sorry, we can't hear her.
Just to check, anyone else in the call, can you hear me as well?
Well, yes, I can hear you, but I can't hear her.
Thank you.
The National Assembly of Ecuador.
Saludando a todos los presidentes y parlamentarios del mundo que están hoy conectados.
Bonjour à tous les parlements et présidents du monde.
En este evento. Usted decía, se te olvida las frutas, que las frutas pertenecen a todos, que la tierra.
Que les fruits sont à tous et que la terre n'est à personne.
Agradeciendo al Consejo Directivo y a todos los parlamentos que hacen la unión por los esfuerzos para la realización de esta conferencia mundial de presidentes de parlamentos en la que reiteramos la importancia del multilateralismo y la cooperación internacional para abordar los desafíos que enfrentamos como comunidad internacional. La pandemia a causa del COVID-19 nos acaba como representantes parlamentarios. Debemos continuar reforzando el compromiso adquirido de implementar la visión parlamentaria para la cooperación internacional en los albores del tercer milenio. La necesidad de medidas que mitiguen el cambio climático continúa presentándose como uno de los mayores retos para los parlamentos del mundo. Todos los países tenemos la responsabilidad de actuar en consecución de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y la Agenda del 2030. Una permanente innovación legislativa nacional frente al cambio climático que aporte a la consecución de acuerdos macro, fortalecerá los lazos de cooperación entre países. La promoción de espacios de intercambio parlamentario enriquecerán las propuestas que presentamos de manera colectiva a nivel internacional. Es una forma de evitar que para el 2030 se sumen 100 millones más de personas a las filas de la pobreza, según los datos generados por el Banco Mundial. Es nuestra responsabilidad como legisladores proponer y aprobar normativa que favorezca el control del cambio climático y contribuya con la construcción de modelos económicos más resilientes en los que las bajas emisiones de carbono sean una prioridad. Solo así significará la creación de más de 65 millones de nuevos empleos en todo el mundo para el 2030. Tenemos que afrontar el desafío de consolidar a los parlamentos como los centros de construcción y diálogo de propuestas que respalden el cumplimiento del Acuerdo de París. El trabajo no acaba con la promulgación de las leyes. Es necesario el seguimiento a su implementación, así como el fomento a la participación de los actores. Solamente podríamos afrontar el rol de los aproximadamente 11 organismos intergubernamentales de manejo responsable de diferentes áreas, como la movilidad, etc. La representación de América Latina y el Caribe en este espacio permite mantener la creación de un observatorio legislativo de cambio climático. Mediante la implementación de una plataforma virtual podemos incluir los avances legislativos en materia de cambio climático y sistematizar el seguimiento a su implementación. La propuesta que planteo tendrá su primera fase de implementación en América Latina, para que posteriormente sea replicada a todas las regiones que conformamos la Unión Interparlamentaria. La disminución del CO2 como efecto indirecto de la respuesta frente a la pandemia será nuestro principal objetivo. ¿Ya me cortaron? ¿Qué?
Oui, est-ce que vous nous entendez?
Apologize, as you can big challenge bringing in so many speakers from around the world. The team is doing everything they possibly can at the moment to get those lines working. So if you'll just bear with me, I'm going to take some instruction from the team to see who we have on the line. I am told that Mr. Harun Kabadi, President of the National Assembly of Chad, is with us.
Yes,
Mr. Harun Kabadi, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Can I ask you to turn your camera on so just go check?
Merci beaucoup. Le président de l'Assemblée nationale, Dr Harun Kabadi, empêché, m'a fait honneur de le représenter à cette importante réunion et présenter son intervention. C'est un immense honneur et un plaisir pour moi de pouvoir m'exprimer sur l'axe de réflexion, le rôle du Parlement et les parlementaires dans la réalisation de l'accord de Paris. Rappelons-nous qu'à la COP25 à Madrid, les partis n'ont pas réussi à se mettre d'accord pour rehausser leur ambition avant la COP26 et définir les règles du marché de carbone. Une telle situation qu'on peut se permettre de qualifier de faible solidarité internationale pour le climat interpelle les parlements et les parlementaires car leur implication totale dans le suivi et de la mise en œuvre des contributions déterminées au niveau national s'impose.
Not in the long term, but in the short term. So I am now going to go to Ms. Yolanda Kakabatsi, the former president of the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, and the World Wildlife Fund. So let's see if Ms. Kakabatsi is on the line.
Buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches a todos los colegas y amigos que se encuentran en esta reunión tan importante. Quiero hacer referencia a algunos temas importantes. El primero, que lo que estamos viviendo alrededor de COVID-19 no solamente es que es serio, sino que es una alerta que nos debe preparar porque hemos aprendido muchas lecciones en estos últimos meses. Lecciones que tienen que ver principalmente con nuestra capacidad de prepararnos para el riesgo. Ha sido evidente desde el mes de marzo o desde principios de años que nuestras instituciones, que nuestros recursos humanos, que la información que debemos disponer y compartir no estaban a la altura de las presiones recibidas por esta pandemia. Pero tal vez el hecho más importante, en mi opinión, es que debemos reconocer que este virus nace de la naturaleza. La naturaleza, el virus es parte de la biodiversidad. Nace de una naturaleza destruida, afectada, violada y mal utilizada. El COVID-19 es una alerta que ha destruido vidas, economías y futuros. Y lo que viene con cambio climático va a ser muchísimo más serio. Entonces, tenemos que aprender de lo que hemos vivido en esta tragedia y prepararnos mejor para inundaciones, para sequías, para la escasez del agua que va a amenazar la seguridad humana, la seguridad alimentaria y la salud. Recordemos que no puede existir una sociedad saludable en un planeta enfermo. Debemos enfrentar los riesgos no solamente con una sociedad informada, con una sociedad que entienda qué es lo que puede suceder, sino con políticas públicas que aseguren una visión compartida, que aseguren coherencia institucional y que pueda poner en práctica el principio de solidaridad en todas las estructuras, en las instituciones, entre las generaciones, entre los países y sobre todo la solidaridad entre el ser humano y la naturaleza.
It was wonderful that we could hear those wise words of Yolanda, but the interpretation had
Sorry, I can't hear from you. I'm not sure whether your microphone's
So
on.
we are now going to go to Andorra and Ms. Rosa Sune Pasque, who's president of the General Council of Andorra. Ms. Pasque will be joining us shortly on the line.
Mr. Mustafanias, can you hear me? If you can hear me,
Andorra, I am hoping is going to join us on the line.
Audio output doesn't feel
Ms.
like there's
Rosa
any
Pasque
sound
joined us yesterday at the Women's Summit and made some very, very important remarks.
Bonjour. Je suis prête, mais ça ne marche pas, non?
Si, ça marche.
Ah, d'accord. Bon, pardon. Comme je ne vois pas mon image, bonjour à tout le monde. Merci pour cette opportunité et aussi je remercie tous les efforts qu'on est en train de faire dans le plan technique pour pouvoir faire cette réunion. Alors, si la COVID nous a montré quelque chose, c'est notre fragilité, bien sûr. Et pour un petit pays de 60 000 habitants, où il y a un parlement de 6 membres, c'est encore plus dur comme question. La santé, c'est que Mme Yolanda vient de dire, d'avoir un environnement net, clair et bien contenu pour tous. Pour nous, ça demande avant la de faire une déclaration des états d'urgence climatique. C'est une demande qu'on avait pour la il était d'accord. Moment, cette déclaration, elle est en train d'être reprise et d'y travailler. Et là, on développe en relation à l'eau, à l'environnement.
Hello, Rosa. I'm very sorry. I'm going to have to get you to restart from the beginning. Sorry, Rosa. So, Rosa, could I get you to count down from 5 for me, please? And then when you see me give you a thumbs up, could you start speaking again from the beginning of your presentation?
The beginning again?
Yeah, so when I give you the thumbs up, can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could count down from 5 for me, then I'll give you a thumbs up when it's your turn to start speaking.
Let's take a cup of tea and refresh ourselves and sort out so please don't go away. We will be back and we will be hoping to hear from some of the speakers on this very important issue. Thank you.
Je vous entends pas, Mathieu.
Sorry. Excusez-moi. Yeah, could you count down from 5 for me, please? And then when you see me give you the thumbs up, start speaking.
Yes.
Thank you.
I try. We've done Caesar.
Hi everyone. So yeah, we're currently having some technical issues with the event. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with you, Rosa, like I was just explaining. Once we're ready to go, and then from Rosa, we're going to hand over to you, Yolanda, as well, so you can do your presentation again. So once we've got that ready, I will give the thumbs up for you to start, Rosa, and then you can. And then actually, I'll just quickly check if it will go back to the studio and then to Yolanda, or if you will hand over directly to Yolanda. I'll just confirm for you.
Yeah, we'll go studio, then
Yes, so Rosa, we'll start with the studio, and then the studio will then hand over to you, and then the studio will talk again, and then they'll hand over to you, Yolanda, and then so we'll start again from the top. Once again, I'll let you know once we're ready to go.
You know what I think also is, we should be working 720. I think it's going to be a little bit less taxing on the system.
Welcome back to our discussion on stepping up parliamentary action on the climate change emergency. We have resolved our technical problems, and I hope I haven't jinxed it by saying that, but I do understand that we can now hear from Ms. Rosa Sune Pasque, President of the General Council of Andorra. Ms. Pasque, the floor is yours. Who was appointed by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres as the special envoy for the 2019 Climate Summit. Ambassador Luis Alfonso de Alba, the floor is yours.
Muy buenos días, tardes a todos. Espero que me escuchen y que resuelto el problema técnico que le permita a continuar con su presentación un poco más tarde. Quisiera muy brevemente destacar un poco. En primer lugar, recordar que nos encontrábamos antes en una situación ya a finales de la general y después pudimos constatar que había serias dificultades para
Hi, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Can I just confirm the name of the speaker, please?
Yes, it's Madam Zinaida Greciani.
Oh, hi, Zinaida. Yes, thank you. I'm just here to make sure you're ready for your live session. Can I just...
I do apologize. The ambassador is a very patient man.
Yes, of course, no problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
With Ambassador Luis Alfonso de Alba from Mexico. So please, studio, can you tell me when you think that it's possible? Otherwise, I shall return to Ecuador. No, I'm going to stay with Mexico, and I do understand that we are now trying to get connection. We saw the ambassador in vision. We're waiting to get the audio connection.
Can you hear me? Well, let me continue. ¿Me escuchan? Como rápidamente la situación antes.
Can I please hear from Mr. Mustafa Nias? Mr. Mustafa Nias, I just want to check your audio because I cannot hear you.
Quisiera continuar. ¿Me escuchan?
Mr. Mustafa Nias, can you hear me?
The ambassador in Mexico, as we know, is a very patient man, and we will be trying to return to the ambassador of Mexico. But the good news is that we do have Cesar Litardo, President of the National Assembly of Ecuador, who was with us earlier, who will be resuming his remarks. Mr. Cesar Litardo, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Can you hear me fine, please? مرحبا بكم. Estaba hablando de la importancia y los ejemplos que nuestra asamblea o nuestro parlamento hemos realizado para estar acorde con las diferentes acciones para poder cumplir con el Acuerdo de París y con los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible que se ha planteado para el 2030. Y dentro de esa acción, nosotros queremos proponer, en representación de América Latina y el Caribe, que se pueda crear un observatorio legislativo de cambio climático, mediante la implementación de una plataforma virtual donde podamos incluir los avances legislativos en materia de cambio climático y sistematizar el seguimiento a su implementación. La propuesta que estoy planteando ante ustedes podría tener su primera fase de implementación con un proyecto piloto en América Latina para posteriormente ser replicada en todas las regiones que conformamos la Unión Interparlamentaria. Las disminuciones del CO2 como efecto indirecto de las respuestas frente a la pandemia nos han enseñado que podemos hacer más y mejor. Podríamos otorgar a nuestro ecosistema días de contención contra el cambio climático, que anualmente reitera la necesidad de mantener el equilibrio con el medio ambiente. Los parlamentos del mundo tenemos el compromiso de mantenernos unidos para la consecución de objetivos comunes basados en la lucha contra la pobreza y la desigualdad, garantizar la sostenibilidad del planeta, promover la justicia social, el empleo y la lucha contra el cambio climático. Estos objetivos solo los podremos lograr si es que trabajamos juntos por un medio ambiente mejor en el mundo. Agradecer y felicitar a los expositores, agradecer y felicitar a los organizadores y a su presidenta, Gabriela Cuevas, al secretario Chongón y a todos quienes han hecho posible que este evento se realice, y seguramente no estamos físicamente en Viena, pero nuestro corazón está en este hermoso país. Gracias a todos y espero que este evento nos permita sacar conclusiones importantes para la Unión Interparlamentaria y apoyar el desarrollo de los parlamentos en el mundo. Gracias y buenos días.
Thank you very, very much, the President of the National Assembly of Ecuador. We're now going to hear from speakers who've registered to take the floor for 2 minutes. And it's my pleasure to ask Mr. Mohamed Nasheed, the Speaker from the Maldives, to take the floor. Mr. Nasheed was Secretary General for the 2019 Climate Summit. Mr. Nasheed, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, the President of the International Parliamentary Union, President, the Speaker of the Austrian Parliament, the United Nations Secretary General, distinguished MPs and everyone present, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. To my mind, countries still equate carbon emission to development. The more fossil fuels they burn, the more carbon they emit, the richer they become. So they want to hold the right to emit as much carbon as possible. But this is a recipe for collective suicide. There is another major problem with climate diplomacy, and that is unfairness of it all. Many Western countries and green NGOs seem to think the way to stop climate change is to stop developing countries, such as mine and our neighbors, from emitting more carbon. The statistics speaks for themselves. Every Australian uses 10,000 kilowatt hours of energy per year. While in Bangladesh, it's 300 kilowatt hours per year, and in Ethiopia, it's 69. And many in the West want to keep things this way. But our people don't want to live off tiny amounts of electricity. So we propose a different approach. For a start, let's be very honest. Developing countries are going to install vast amounts of new electricity generating capacity over the coming decades. And we will do this, and I'm sure they will do this regardless of whatever promise that they make on climate talks. But that doesn't mean we have to burn fossil fuel. I propose that all developing countries develop economic plans that envisage lots of growth, but also envisage getting to net zero carbon emissions by 2050. We need economic and energy experts in each of our countries to develop zero carbon zero carbon prosperity plans to set our economic trajectories. These plans should be framed explicitly around developing countries achieving middle income status within 20 years. The models behind these plans must describe pathways for this growth to be delivered in a zero carbon manner. And they should be fully costed and explicit about investment needs. Parliaments can press the executive branch to draw up these plans. Our parliaments can commission them. So let's get some honesty and some perspective on climate change. Let's plan for the growth and prosperity we all want, but that also delivers our climate goal. We can, ladies and gentlemen, have the same economic outcomes through a different development path. We can find a low carbon development strategy and still maintain the same economic outputs, such as high employment, growth, so on and so forth. Renewable energy now is cheaper in any given situation, anywhere in the world. Recently, in a coal bid in India, in an electricity bid in India, the renewable bid was actually cheaper than the coal bid.
The Speaker of Maldives, one of the small
Thank you very much.
States, and with that clarion call for a carbon neutral world. I would now like to go to Bern, Switzerland, and ask Mr. Hans Stöckli, President of the Council of States to make his remarks in 2 minutes.
It's been checked.
C'est bon. Bonjour, cher Président. Effectivement, l'année dernière, la grève des jeunes pour le climat a eu ses effets. Les élections ont porté plusieurs personnalités au Parlement qui sont très proches des mouvements écologiques. Et déjà, on voit que notre travail primordial, c'est faire les lois, a été changé. C'est que, comme mon prédécesseur vient de dire, les buts pour mettre en œuvre l'accord de Paris ont été l'objet des débats. La Suisse, comme beaucoup d'autres pays, s'est donné des buts assez importants et nécessaires pour la mise en œuvre. Nous avons bien sûr décidé de sortir du nucléaire. Nous avons aussi la volonté de réduire nettement les émissions par rapport à 1990 et nous sommes aussi prêts à faire les travaux nécessaires pour que notre pays contribue dans les mesures du possible à la lutte pour un environnement plus sain et plus correct. Et maintenant, la question est de savoir quel est le rôle du parlementaire. Bon, la discussion aujourd'hui me permet de dire que nous sommes sur la bonne voie parce que nous nous voyons, nous nous trouvons en vidéoconférence. Donc, nous avons économisé beaucoup d'énergie pour nous rencontrer. Donc, ça, c'est malheureusement un des seuls côtés positifs du coronavirus, c'est que nous avons découvert la possibilité de nous entretenir avec la vidéoconférence. Mais ça ne suffit pas, donc nous devons continuer à faire les lois qui après seront suivies par l'administration, mais aussi par la population, surtout par les entreprises, parce que nous avons besoin que les entreprises suivent les lois et contribuent avec leurs activités au but que les Nations Unies ont formulé et qui doivent être poursuivis. Ainsi donc, je suis avec vous pour faire à ce que le Parlement joue le rôle d'exemple, soit en tant que membre, en tant que personne, qu'on suive aussi les bons conseils, mais aussi en tant que parlementaire. Et donc, nous devons tout faire à ce que les buts de l'ONU, à ce que l'accord de Paris soit mis en œuvre et que pour ce soit fait, nous devons travailler jour et nuit.
It's in Switzerland. Thank you very much for your remarks. I would now like to go to Luxembourg and Mr. Fernand Etgen, President of the Chamber of Deputies, who will give his remarks in 2 minutes.
Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi de vous remercier chaleureusement de m'accorder la parole lors de ce débat sur l'urgence climatique. À mon avis, il existe un lien indéniable entre la dégradation de l'environnement, le changement climatique et l'apparition de nouvelles maladies comme le Covid-19. Et il faut tout mettre en œuvre pour prévenir à l'avenir de telles catastrophes sanitaires et écologiques. Un des défis majeurs est la préservation des écosystèmes qui sont des facteurs de production et des milieux de vie des peuples mondiaux dans lesquels ils puisent des ressources indispensables pour leur subsistance. C'est un fait, il est indispensable de saisir les opportunités que présente la sortie de la pandémie de Covid-19 pour assurer la transition en misant sur l'innovation et les investissements durables d'un point de vue écologique. Ainsi, il faut mettre en œuvre de manière conséquente le pacte vert pour l'Europe préconisant, à côté de son ambition climatique, notamment un verdissement de la politique agricole commune avec une stratégie de la ferme à la table, la préservation de la biodiversité et une mobilité durable et intelligente. Le plan de relance du Luxembourg de l'après-crise en tient compte et inclut des mesures en faveur de l'électromobilité, des installations photovoltaïques, de la rénovation énergétique des logements et des systèmes de chauffage basés sur les énergies renouvelables. Les parlementaires qui représentent les peuples ont un mot important à dire en proposant des solutions globales et durables à ces défis globaux. Nous devrons tous ensemble y parvenir. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Fernand Edgen, President of the Chamber of Deputies. I would now like to go to Helsinki, Finland, and we will hear from the Speaker of the Parliament, Ms. Anu Vehviläinen. And in a few moments, we should be hearing from the Speaker of the Parliament of Finland, Anu Vehviläinen. I am sure I have mispronounced that name, but I hope that the Speaker of Parliament from Finland will be joining us shortly. Well, I'm afraid it's my mispronunciation of her name that has obviously caused the difficulties and that we're not able to go to Finland at the moment. So I'm just waiting to hear who will be on the line and who will be making their remarks about the need for parliaments to step up their action to handle this climate change crisis. We are now going to go across the world and to Hanoi, Vietnam, and to Ms. Nguyen Thi Kim Ngan, President of the National Assembly of Vietnam.
I cannot hear you, I'm afraid. Still no audio.
I would now like to bring in the President of the National Assembly of Vietnam,
who spoke before me. I also agree that climate change has become ever more urgent, particularly as the world is being severely hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. As one of the 5 countries most vulnerable to climate change, Vietnam highly appreciates and supports the international community's efforts to tackle climate change. The National Assembly of Vietnam has been working closely with the government in responding to climate change via improving the legal framework on environmental protection and prioritizing resources for implementation of programs on climate change response and sustainable development. Vietnam will strictly adhere to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Protocol and the Paris Agreement. We look forward in May 2017, the Vietnamese National Assembly and the IPU successfully co-hosted a symposium on responding to climate change legislators to realize the Sustainable Development Goals. And to advance towards the urgency of climate change, I'd like to propose the following. Parliament's committed to taking vigorous actions in our legislative function in ratifying international instruments on climate change. Strengthen implementing the recommendation the IPU climate change.
Yes, sorry. Can you
promote policies on economic restructuring,
just put your camera on and stand by for a second. Thank you.
Social policies to protect the vulnerable, including women, children, and those impacted by climate change, are also much needed. Parliaments should maintain appropriate resource allocation, enhance oversight, and take further measures in response to climate change. And international organizations in developed countries should increase support for developing ones in responding to climate change particularly amid the complex evolution of COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, the President of the National Assembly of Vietnam. We are now going to try and reconnect with Helsinki, Finland, and Ms. Anu Vehviläinen, the Speaker of the Parliament in Helsinki.
Okay, I have to say, they originally severe. Despite the current practice, we must not lose of the person who climate ecological practices, climate change of the biodiversity, of researches, these problems in the Parliament, like in the members of the board and these two will be root causes of climate crisis. In Finland, assess climate and environmental impacts of everyone, discuss climate change in relation to state budget, including covering funds of pandemic. Parliament is the same. Before the pandemic, the Finland very ambitious target. Finland is aiming to become neutral by 2035, and some of the businesses in Finland have even goals. I appeal to all to cooperate internationally. We have discovered on achieving effective results by implementing the agreement.
Ms. Laura Rogers, can you please put your camera on? Can you hear me?
We simply have a
yes, I can hear you. Oh, perfect. Hi, how are you? I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you very, very much to the Speaker from Finland. To conclude this panel, we are going to take some concluding remarks from the President of the Interparliamentary Union, Gabriela Cuevas.
And I can mute you from my side. Can you hear me well?
For giving me
yes, I can hear you well.
I really wanted you to hear the experiences from our experts, from Yolanda, from Ambassador de Alba. I had the honor to participate last September at the UN Summit for Climate Change that was organized precisely by Ambassador de Alba. What was amazing about that summit is that UN was asking the countries, the governments, to present concrete solutions, concrete commitments. And that is part not only on UN duties, it is also a very important parliamentarian's duty. It is on us to ask the governments for results. It is on us to make them accountable. That's our job description. So what we need to do here is that there is a global agreement. We have a roadmap. There are very clear data, very clear information. At the beginning, we had Phoebe speaking on data, on scientific information and research. Then it comes to us. We have all this important background. Now I can see Ambassador de Alba, so he's going to explain it much better. But it is on us to use this Paris Agreement and to translate that into national legislation. It is on us, not on the government, not on the judiciary. It goes to parliaments. It is on us to design the taxation and subsidies that must be adequate to transform our economies to carbon neutral ones. It is on us, again, to make governments accountable. So I am not going to be speaking any longer because I prefer you to hear Luis Alfonso. I was part of that summit. It was Luis Alfonso, if you can also explain us how you made governments to commit to concrete results how you also included civil society in your town halls. I participated in one. I think these exercises were very healthy for the UN, and now UN is making a huge effort to renovate itself, but it can also be a very good example, best practice that we can follow in our parliaments.
Sí, con todo gusto. Con todo gusto. ¿Me escuchas, Presidenta? Mucho gusto. Muy brevemente, porque sé que hemos tenido algunas dificultades, pero yo quisiera subrayar dos cosas. Primero, que los resultados de la cumbre y de, sobre todo, la COP en Madrid no fueron suficientes y sin embargo había signos, señales muy positivas, entre ellas las que tú señalas, la participación de la sociedad civil, del sector privado, de los gobiernos locales. Estábamos en una situación, digamos, delicada de claroscuros. Con el COVID se presenta una situación muy delicada y dos opciones. La primera,
Hi everyone, it's Matt here. So thank you very much for your patience. I know we had a lot of technical issues today. I know maybe not everyone got the opportunity to be able to run through everything that they had in their presentations, but within this WebEx here, we're now done for the rest of the day. So you can stay here and listen to the presentations through the WTV meeting, or you can watch it live on the portal. It's up to you, but this WebEx will be open for the rest of the day, just streaming the meeting here into WebEx. So thank you very much for presenting, and once again, thank you very much for your patience when we were going through all of our technical issues today. Thank you very much.
Yes, I can hear you well. Thank you. Yes, I can. Yeah. Yes, I can. Could I please ask all the speakers to put their cameras on? Ms. Gabriela, could you please put your camera on? Hi, Miss Rogers, can you please stand by? And with your right thumbs up. Wait for thumbs up. Wait for my thumbs up before you start speaking. Mr. Stand by, please wait for my thumbs up.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Thomas Fitzsimons, and I'm the Director of Communications for the IPU. It is my great pleasure to moderate this last session today with a panel discussion on human mobility and migration. In 2019, more than 270 million people, some 3% of the world's population, were estimated to be international migrants. The vast majority of the international migrants are workers looking for a better life, through improved economic and professional opportunities. 2019 also saw close to 26 million refugees and 3.5 million asylum seekers fleeing their country, generally because of conflict, the impact of natural disasters, and climate change. And of course, all these causes have been compounded by the pandemic. In our next panel, we will discuss how parliaments can manage migration and ensure it benefits both the people on the move and the host countries. 2 years after the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration and the Global Compact on Refugees, are countries on track to implement their commitments? What have parliaments done and what can they do to implement the two compacts? These are just some of the questions that our distinguished panel will address in this last session. So, without further ado, let's hear first from Ms. Laura Rojas, the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of Mexico. Buenos dias, Ms. Rojas. Do we have you on the line?
Buenos dias. Good afternoon in Europe and good morning in the Americas. Now I'm going to give my speech in Spanish. La migración humana es uno de los fenómenos más complejos y de mayor relevancia en el mundo. Millones de personas se ven obligadas a abandonar sus hogares como consecuencia de guerras, desastres naturales, inseguridad o pobreza. Realizan viajes peligrosos que los exponen a situaciones de vulnerabilidad, padeciendo robos, secuestros, discriminación, violencia, extorsión y en ocasiones la pérdida de sus propias vidas. Dichas circunstancias se magnifican cuando quienes lo hacen son menores de edad o mujeres. Las niñas, niños y adolescentes que viajan sin ningún tipo de protección familiar padecen violaciones a su integridad física y a sus derechos humanos. Sufren accidentes que lastiman su salud, son reclutados en redes del crimen organizado, son sometidos a explotación sexual o laboral, sufren maltrato institucional en el momento de la repatriación y un largo etcétera. Las mujeres frecuentemente son víctimas de trata o pierden el acceso a la asistencia sanitaria, sexual y reproductiva. En el tránsito, en los lugares de refugio, son objeto de violencia de género, incluida la violencia sexual. Y al llegar a sus destinos se enfrentan a múltiples formas de discriminación, maltrato y acoso en casi todos los ámbitos de su vida. Por desgracia, en este 2020 la situación no ha mejorado. La pandemia originada por el COVID ha exacerbado estos problemas y ha colocado a todos los grupos en situación de mayor vulnerabilidad y de riesgo sanitario. En México enfrentamos el fenómeno migratorio desde múltiples perspectivas. Somos un país de origen, de tránsito, de destino y de retorno de migrantes, lo que ha convertido a este tema en una de las prioridades de la agenda nacional desde hace varias décadas. Ante ello, en diciembre de 2018, México se adhirió al Pacto Mundial para una Migración Segura, Ordenada y Regular, con la que estableció el compromiso de diseñar una política migratoria de respeto al Estado de Derecho y de reconocimiento a los derechos humanos de las personas migrantes. Por ello, con suma responsabilidad desde la Cámara de Diputados, vigilamos y trabajamos con las áreas del gobierno encargadas de la política migratoria y legislamos para garantizar la protección de los derechos humanos de los migrantes, así como para asegurar que los compromisos acordados en el Pacto Mundial sean respetados, lo cual, como ya dije, se han acentuado en tiempos de esta pandemia y de crisis económica. De forma paralela, desde una visión de responsabilidad global, la Cámara intenta enfrentar todos los matices y causas de la migración forzada, generando cooperación al desarrollo multiactor y supranacional. El fenómeno migratorio requiere para su atención de visiones y acciones sustentadas en la cooperación internacional y la responsabilidad compartida que abarquen tanto la creación de condiciones más favorables en los países de origen como un marco más eficaz de protección en los países de tránsito y destino, independientemente de la condición migratoria de las personas. Y en esta parte quiero hacer un énfasis en la importancia que tiene la cooperación a nivel parlamentario, para que a través de redes de parlamentarios, en este caso de México y Centroamérica, que es la región de nuestro continente, con quienes compartimos este fenómeno de manera intensa y directa, pues se pueda ir atendiendo. Así es que desde nuestra Cámara hemos hecho esfuerzos de mayor vinculación a nivel interparlamentario para que desde nuestro ámbito de competencias podamos ir generando las soluciones compartidas a este fenómeno tan importante. Sigamos manteniendo la inspiración y el compromiso como parlamentarios a nivel global. No dejemos de escapar esta oportunidad única de tender puentes y así aumentar la cooperación para atender este fenómeno tan importante para nuestros países y para el mundo. Muchas gracias.
Speaker, I would now like to go to Mr. Mustafa Sentop, the President of the Turkish Grand National Assembly. Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Teşekkür ederim. Sayın Başkanlar, değerli katılımcılar, insanlık tarihi insanların yeryüzündeki hareketleriyle yakından ilgilidir. Nitekim tarihin en önemli düşünürlerinden olup daha 14. yüzyılda sosyolojinin temellerini atan İbn Haldun, tarihin gelişiminde göçlerin büyük etkisini ele alır. Tarihteki önemli değişimlerin insanların daha gelişmiş bölgelere doğru olan göçlerinden kaynaklandığını ifade eder. Günümüzde dünya üzerindeki insan hareketliliğinin ulaştığı ve geçmişle mukayesesi mümkün olmayan boyutlar düşünüldüğünde bugün aslında tarihin ne yöne evrileceğini belirleyebilecek derecede önemli bir meseleyi ele aldığımızı daha iyi anlamış oluruz. Savaşlar, dış müdahaleler ve iç karışıklıklar her sene milyonlarca insanın vatanlarını terk etmesine neden olmaktadır. İstikrarsızlık, açlık ve yoksulluk gibi olumsuzluklardan kaçan bu insanlar adeta hayatta kalma mücadelesi vermektedir. Covid-19 salgınının olumsuz etkileriyle bu sayının artması kuvvetle muhtemeldir. İnsan hareketliliği sadece hedef ülkeyi etkilemekle kalmamakta, kaynaklık eden ve göç güzergahında kalan ülkelere de önemli etkilerde bulunmaktadır. Dolayısıyla göç, küresel ölçekte kapsamlı bir yaklaşım gerektiren, insanlığın ortak faydası gözetilerek değerlendirilmesi gereken çok boyutlu karmaşık bir olgudur. Aralık 2018 tarihinde Marrakeş'te kabul edilen güvenli, sistemli ve düzenli göç için küresel mutabakat metni işaret ettiğimiz konuda küresel bir farkındalık olduğunu göstermektedir. Birleşmiş Milletler çatısı altında bütün boyutlarıyla göç için ortak bir yaklaşım sergileyen ve göç üzerine küresel çapta uzlaşılan ilk uluslararası belge olması açısından bu mutabakatın büyük bir önem arz ettiğinin altını çizmek isterim. Değerli dostlarım, Türkiye 3 kıtayı birbirine bağlayan ve farklı medeniyetleri buluşturan coğrafyasıyla göç ve insan hareketliliğini en yakından tecrübe eden ülkelerin en başında gelmektedir. Türkiye komşumuz Suriye'de ortaya çıkan yaklaşık 12 milyon insanı yuvasından eden ve şimdiye dek yaşanmış en büyük göç krizi sonucunda 4 milyona yakın Suriye vatandaşını misafir etmekte. Bu insanların barınmadan beslenmeye, eğitimden sağlığa her türlü ihtiyacıyla kendi vatandaşlarımızdan ayırmaksızın yakından ilgilenmektedir. Fakat ne yazık ki bu insanlık krizinde uluslararası kamuoyu yeterli seviyede dayanışma sergileyememiştir. Bazı Avrupa ülkeleri sürekli öne çıkardıkları değerleriyle çelişme ve taraf oldukları uluslararası sözleşmeleri ihlal etme pahasına Suriyelilere kapılarını kapamışlar, yeni sınırlar inşa etmişler, sınırlara dikenli teller çekmişlerdir. Ekonomik refahlarıyla övülen bu ülkeler göç etmek zorunda kalan insanlara sırtını dönerken Türkiye olarak bizler kimseye hiçbir ayrımcılık yapmaksızın her türlü din, dil ve etnik kökenden insanı kucakladık. Türkiye'nin göç mağdurlarına sağladığı eşsiz yardımlara bakarak ülkem adına iftihar ettiğimi de bu vesileyle bir kez daha vurgulamak isterim. Değerli başkanlar, insan hangi coğrafyada olursa olsun insanlık şerefine yaraşır bir şekilde yaşamak durumundadır. Altını çizmek isterim ki dünya nimetleri ayrıcalıklı bir zümrenin malı değil, yeryüzündeki bütün milletlerin hakkıdır ve vicdan sahibi olan herkes bu hakkı gözetmekle yükümlüdür. Ancak bazı ülkeler göç meselesine sadece güvenlik ve çıkar penceresinden bakarak olayın insani ve vicdani boyutunu görmezden gelmektedir. Bu durum maalesef toplum içinde yabancı düşmanlığı, göçmen karşıtlığı gibi mültecilerin karşılaştığı sorunları körüklemektedir. Göç, iç siyasetin popülist söylemlerine bu şekilde malzeme edilmemelidir. Şunu unutmamak gerekir ki eğer başka ülkelerde barış, huzur, adalet ve refah yoksa, asgari insani şartlarda hayat sürmek mümkün değilse, insanlar göç etmek zorunda kalıyor ya da zorla yerinden ediliyorsa bu küresel bir sorundur ve çözüm için işbirliği ve eşgüdüm kimsenin kaçamayacağı bir sorumluluktur. Bu düşüncelerle hepinize saygılarımı sunuyor. Toplantımızın insanlığın refah ve huzur için faydalı sonuçlar vermesini temenni ediyorum. Teşekkür ederim.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we now move a little bit further north and we're going to Moldova to hear from our third Speaker of Parliament, Chani, the President of the Parliament of Moldova. Madam Speaker, you have the floor.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, госпожа председатель. Рада вас приветствовать всех на этой нашей сегодняшней дискуссии. Одним из важных сегментов мобильности, который затрагивает проблемы населения на глобальном уровне, является международная трудовая миграция. В этот процесс вовлечены практически все государства мира. По данным Департамента Организации Объединенных Наций по экономическим и социальным вопросам, в мире зарегистрировано порядка 258 миллионов международных мигрантов. При этом международная трудовая миграция, на котором я хочу остановиться, стала наиболее ярким видом миграции. Люди ищут более высокооплачиваемые места работы и лучшие, более спокойные для себя жизни, для себя, для своих семей. Глобальное сообщество должно признать комплексный характер данного феномена и разработать долгосрочные меры для обеспечения безопасности и прав мигрантов, основываясь на тесном сотрудничестве между странами происхождения, транзита и назначения. В Республике Молдова количество мигрантов составляет около 1 миллиона граждан из наших 3 миллионов населения, всего населения страны, которое в настоящее время находится примерно в 45 государствах мира. Что касается трудовых мигрантов, примерно их численность достигает более 300 тысяч граждан, при этом главные страны назначения — это Россия, Израиль, Италия, Греция и другие страны. Почти 60% трудовых мигрантов составляют лица со средним уровнем образования, чуть более четверти — это мигранты с низким уровнем образования. И хотя лица с высшим образованием менее вовлечены в процесс трудовой миграции, все же в последние годы наблюдается тенденция увеличения и этой группы, как среди мужчин, так и среди женщин. Власти Республики Молдова рассматривают миграцию с точки зрения эффективного менеджмента миграционных потоков, который призван способствовать законной миграции молдаван, но и стимулировать их возвращение, воссоединение с семьями, применение приобретенных ими навыков для развития своих родных городов и сел. Хочу подчеркнуть, что в своей интеграционной политике Республика Молдова уделяет особое внимание мерам по возвращению наших сограждан. И в этом процессе на первом месте стоит создание привлекательных условий для людей, которые уехали в целях получения образования на основе двухсторонних соглашений с другими государствами. Именно поэтому и на уровне программных документов Республика Молдова выступает за стимулирование законной миграции с последующим возвращением на родину. В этих целях реализуются национальные программы по созданию возможностей для освоения компетенций и финансового капитала трудовых мигрантов. Правительство Молдовы заключает двухсторонние соглашения, регламентирующие трудоустройство за рубежом. К примеру, с Францией Республика Молдова заключила рамочное соглашение о партнерстве для оказания поддержки молдавским гражданам при возвращении и реинтеграции. Считаю, что такие предметные документы могут значительно улучшить процесс управления миграционными процессами во благо наших стран и во благо, в первую очередь, людей. Считаю также, что принимающие страны должны обратить больше внимания на вопросы инвестирования в экономическое развитие, в инфраструктуру и безопасность стран происхождения мигрантов. Только так наши совместные усилия будут иметь глобальный социальный положительный эффект. Пользуясь случаем, хочу поблагодарить власти и граждан тех государств, в которых живут и трудятся граждане Республики Молдова. Мне часто приходится слышать от моих коллег и друзей из других государств положительные отзывы о наших молдаванах. И наша задача — создать им такие условия, чтобы они захотели и смогли вернуться домой, где мы их, конечно, ждем. Благодарю за внимание и желаю всему нашему форуму плодотворной работы в дальнейшем. Спасибо.
From Moldova. So we've just had three interesting perspectives from three different countries from the speakers of parliament directly. Now let's go to our two experts in Geneva from two organizations that the IPU works very closely with. So first, I'd like to go to Ms. Gillian Triggs, the Assistant High Commissioner for Protection from the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Ms. Triggs, over to you, please.
Thank you. Madam President, Your Excellencies, Speakers of Parliaments and honourable members of these parliaments, it's a great pleasure for me to be here with you today. Congratulations for managing this technology. It's been quite extraordinary and a very great honour to me. For me to be with you. I wanted to begin, if I may, by mentioning the World Humanitarian Day today and to say how grateful we are at UNHCR for the opportunity that humanitarian workers provide with their relentless and unstinting commitment and sacrifices to protect those who are most vulnerable. These humanitarian workers, we believe, are the real-life heroes, some of whom have given their life to helping others. I'm also very honoured to be on this panel with speakers from Mexico, Moldova and Turkey, and our fellow partner from the International Committee of the Red Cross. We very much valued your efforts to include refugees, people, asylum seekers and others forcibly displaced into health and social services. So thank you, Mexico, Moldova and Turkey, for being champions of inclusion and for leaving no one behind. Well, I'd like to make, if I may, three brief points, recognizing that the United Nations Refugee Agency does deal specifically with refugees, people who are forcibly displaced and those who are stateless. And those numbers we've recently reported amount to something in the order of 80 million, probably considerably more in the world today. So they have a very particular need as refugees and as displaced people. So the first point I'd like to make relates to the vision that many of you have mentioned of the Global Compact on Refugees. It's a powerful tool for fostering international solidarity and effective cooperation. And parliaments and parliamentarians play a central role in achieving that cooperation. As you'll all remember, the United Nations General Assembly in 2018 agreed upon the Global Compact on Refugees with two central visions for a unique, in a way, unprecedented environment of not only mobility of migrants, but of people fleeing persecution and conflict. And they are the need for solidarity, which has already been mentioned, but also the very particular recognition that no one country can really respond adequately to the challenges of this level of mobility, but we need it to work as an international community, accepting an equitable share of the responsibilities and burdens for ensuring the dignity that all refugees and asylum seekers need. So that the Compact has provided a model for working, and the aim is to ease the burden on host countries, and of course Turkey is one of those hosting so many refugees, to enhance refugee self-reliance, to expand access to third country solutions, and to support conditions in countries of origin for return in safety and dignity. And those elements have been mentioned. But to achieve those objectives, we needed the support of a multi-stakeholder partnership. And one of those very special partners are all of you from parliaments, because you play such a strong role in recognising the need to pass laws to protect the victims of war and those fleeing from persecution. And the development of these legal frameworks must be inclusive and particularly sensitive to the needs of the vulnerable. Parliamentarians play a key role in promoting awareness and social cohesion in their constituencies. And we've seen results. We've seen parliamentarians taking the lead in debating and adopting bold amendments to legal frameworks to remove restrictions placed on refugees, moving out of camps, to facilitate access to employment and to secure property and access to education and health services on the same basis as nationals. We've also seen women MPs working across party lines to initiate bills to address the key inequality issues touching in particular women and stateless persons. Excuse me. The second point I wanted to make is that the Global Refugee Forum needs to be implemented in practice. In other words, it's one thing, as you all know, to have a vision about what is needed in solidarity, but we needed to translate this into action. And to a significant degree, we have an optimistic outcome of the Global Refugee Forum, leads us to be optimistic about the future when we have over 1,400 pledges made by members, state members, private sectors, civil society, faith-based organizations, sports entities, academia, and of course refugee communities themselves. And one of those pledges, and a very important one, is that of the Interparliamentary Union, having made a pledge to raise awareness of parliaments throughout the world, to monitor progress and to draw attention to legislative and other reforms to address the particular problem of statelessness at each IPU assembly. And the UNHCR hopes to work with parliamentary unions and members to achieve those objectives. And the third point I wanted to make very briefly is that the COVID-19 crisis, of course, has affected all of us, but it's most particularly had a discriminatory impact on the most vulnerable in our community, and among those, of course, are refugees and asylum seekers, displaced people and stateless people, but especially women and children who have been subject in the lockdowns and in economic stringencies, subject to very high levels of gender-based violence. In responding to COVID, we do need to take an inclusive approach that recognises age and gender, socioeconomic class and diversity, but in particular to address the incidents of violence against women and girls who've been forcibly displaced. The numbers of intimate partner violence against women in particular during the COVID-19 pandemic has been dramatically increased.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Triggs from UNHCR, a close partner of the IPU. No one country can respond to migration on their own. That's very much the theme of our conference. For multilateralism, international cooperation, countries working together. Let me now go to our last panelist, again from an organization in Geneva that the IPU works very closely with. Let me go to Monsieur Gilles Carbonnier, who is the Vice President of the International Committee of the Red Cross, the ICRC. Monsieur Charbonnier, over to you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Madam President, distinguished speakers of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I wish first today on World Humanitarian Day to commend the Interparliamentary Union to select this crucial topic of human mobility as a topic for our conversation. And I would like to build on what the distinguished speakers of Parliament from Mexico, Turkey, and Moldova have shared with us together with a colleague of UNHCR, and to share with you the perspective of the International Committee of the Red Cross. Actually, being a frontline humanitarian organization, we meet daily the people on the move, and we look beyond numbers and statistics. In armed conflicts and along migratory routes around the world, we meet the individuals, people forced to flee, families separated. We see the vulnerabilities they face as easy targets for abuse and exploitation, as individuals often deprived from health care and human dignity. Recently, we have seen these vulnerabilities escalate because of COVID-19 pandemic. There are tens of millions of people living in overcrowded camps, often with poor access to healthcare, clean water, and sanitation. With social distancing impossible and washing hands difficult, they are at enormous risk. In parallel, we witness a rollback of protection of migrants, including the denial of access to healthcare, harsh isolation measures in camps, or blanket border closures without safeguards to ensure non-refoulement. Of course, we fully recognize the enormous challenges national authorities are facing and the pressure on public services in responding to COVID-19. These are unprecedented times, not only as a sanitary crisis, but also as a social and economic crisis. At the same time, we see that crossing borders is often the only available option for people affected by conflict and other situations of violence. Many do not have the luxury of a choice. This is why non-refoulement is a vital principle, a non-derogable right protecting the Together with our Red Cross and Red Crescent partners, we are responding to the impact of COVID-19 on migrants in many ways. We set up migrant shelters, we scale up water supply and hygiene, we provide medical assistance and personal protective equipment. We support authorities in immigration detention facilities, we help migrants re-establish and maintain contacts with their loved ones, we provide assistance and advocate for increased protection and for inclusive health practices. We see many good practices emerging. Authorities providing safe emergency shelters for people on the move, states removing obstacles so that people on the move can access healthcare. We also see medical screening and international borders designed to preserve the rights of refugees and asylum seekers. Parliaments have a crucial role in promoting such good practices. As speakers of parliament, as lawmakers, you can exert a decisive influence to uphold the rights of vulnerable people on the move. For example, debates on COVID-19 tracing apps have shown that parliaments can ensure a responsible use of new technologies and the protection of personal data, making sure that medical records are used exclusively for the advancement of public health. Concretely, and I will conclude with that, the ICRC asks you to advance on 4 key points. 1, to ensure the human treatment of migrants in line with international law. 2, to include migrants irrespective of legal status in medical, social, and humanitarian responses to the crisis. Migrant health is public health. 3, foster cooperation and solidarity in managing migratory movements in the face of the pandemic. And 4, help ensure continuity of vital services and humanitarian aid, for example, by arranging humanitarian exceptions to travel restrictions so that essential humanitarian aid can be provided. By developing good practices and sharing experiences with other states, you lead by examples. You demonstrate that including migrants in COVID-19 responses and sharing responsibility among states is in the best interest of each and every one of us. International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, the ICRC remains committed more than ever to support you in that endeavor under challenging times. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very fruitful conference.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carbonnier from Geneva, from the ICRC. Parliaments lead by example is a strong message for our speakers today. So let's now that we've heard from the 5 panelists, let's now give the floor to the speakers of Parliament themselves who have registered to speak. So we have 6 speakers registered. Fingers crossed that we don't have too many technical issues. So far, so good. Claire Drouet is going to be jealous, I think, for this session. But I would now like to start by going to Bern, Switzerland, to Madame Isabelle Moret, the President of the National Council of Switzerland. Madame Moret, vous avez la parole.
Madame la Présidente de l'UIP, chers collègues, la Suisse a coprésidé les négociations du Pacte mondial de l'ONU sur l'immigration. Notre gouvernement a approuvé ce pacte le 10 octobre dernier et depuis, au sein de notre Parlement fédéral, nous avons eu de très larges discussions. Et c'est sain et c'est normal que les parlements discutent de tels pactes. Ces discussions sont nécessaires parce qu'en matière de migration, nous devons avoir des décisions qui soient multilatérales, parce qu'un État ne peut pas régler cette problématique tout seul. Par exemple, d'un côté, les avantages des migrations ne sont pas encore pleinement exploités. D'un autre côté, le soutien aux pays qui accueillent un grand nombre de réfugiés demeure totalement insuffisant. Voilà pourquoi nous avons besoin d'une feuille de route qui permette à l'ensemble des acteurs d'être de véritables parties prenantes, les acteurs comme le gouvernement, les parlements, mais aussi la société civile, le secteur privé et les organisations internationales. Et cette feuille de route nous permettrait de collaborer. Je plaide donc pour un système qui soit davantage coordonné et qui rassemble les pays autour de réponses globales. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Merci, Madame Moret. I would now like to go to Tunis, to Tunisia, to Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ananchi, the President of the Assembly of the People's Representatives in Tunisia. Mr. Speaker, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدة جبريلا رئيسة البرلمان الدولي، أيها الزملاء رؤساء البرلمانات، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تونس اعترف دستورها بحق اللاجئين، وهي معبر للاجئين نحو أوروبا ومصدر أيضا لهجرة 10% تقريبا من سكانها نحو أوروبا ونحو بلاد كثيرة، سواء كانوا أطباء ومهندسين أو فنيين أو عمالا. تونس تخسر من وراء ذلك كثيرا لأن هؤلاء الطاقات لها هي حريصة عليهم. نحن نعتبر أن حق اللجوء حق طبيعي، وأرى أن الإنسان مفطور على التمسك بأرضه وبوطنه، ولكن لا يخرج منها إلا لأسباب قاهرة كالاضطهاد السياسي والفقر والحروب. تونس لم تعد مصدرا للاجئين السياسيين لأن الحرية قد توفرت بعد الثورة، ولكن لا تزال هناك مشكلات تنموية تحتاج إلى تعاون دولي بيننا وبين أوروبا. نحن نقدر أن تونس في حاجة إلى عمالها، في حاجة إلى أطبائها ومهندسيها، وهذا يحتاج إلى تعاون دولي من أجل تحقيق التنمية في بلادنا. تونس تعيش وضعا بعد الكوفيد وضعا خاصا، تضاعفت نسبة الهجرة نحو أوروبا، هجرة سرية عبر البحر، تضاعفت 4 مرات بعد الكوفيد، وهذا الأمر يحتاج إلى تعاون دولي من أجل أن يستقر سكان تونس 10% مهاجرون، أن يستقروا في بلادهم لأن بلادهم تحتاجهم كما تحتاج كل بلاد إلى مواطنيها. شكرا لكم.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So we would now like to go just next door to Rabat, Morocco, and have Mr. Al-Maliki, the Speaker of the House of Representatives in Rabat, Morocco. Mr. Speaker, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Mesdames et Messieurs les présidents des parlements du monde, mes chers collègues, j'ai suivi avec beaucoup d'attention tous les exposés ainsi que les commentaires qui ont suivi. Exposés et commentaires sont extrêmement édifiants. Les témoignages des expériences nationales sont très utiles, mais il convient d'en tirer tous les enseignements possibles. En matière de migration, le Maroc est souvent cité en exemple pour sa gestion réaliste, volontairement solidaire et surtout respectueuse des droits humains. Cette vieille tradition d'ouverture, d'accueil et de tolérance constitue la toile de fond de la politique volontariste et solidaire qui a permis à des milliers de sans-papiers, notamment de notre continent, l'Afrique, de bénéficier de plusieurs campagnes de régularisation lancées par le Royaume depuis 2014. C'est pour cette raison qu'il faut voir la migration non pas comme un fardeau, mais comme une chance. Non pas un fardeau, mais comme une chance dont peut bénéficier l'ensemble de la planète et l'ensemble des pays du monde. Vous savez, mes chers collègues, que l'histoire de l'humanité a été marquée par de grands mouvements de population, le rayonnement des grandes civilisations égyptiennes, gréco-romaines, arabo-musulmanes, européennes, ainsi que la découverte de l'Amérique. Tous ces exemples nous montrent combien l'humanité s'est tissée, s'est forgée à travers le mélange de toutes les cultures et le mélange de toutes les races. La crise sanitaire actuelle associe de positif. Elle nous ouvre les yeux sur notre communauté de destin, ainsi qu'elle nous ouvre les yeux sur notre devoir de solidarité. Et dans ce contexte, permettez-moi, Monsieur le Président et chers collègues, que le Maroc a mis au point une politique concrète, une politique de soutien, une politique d'aide à 15 pays africains à travers l'envoi de médicaments, de masques et de matériel médical. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Al-Maliki. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Now over to Senegal. I hope we have Senegal on the line. We have Mr. Moustapha Niasse, the President of the National Assembly in Senegal.
Madame la Présidente, au nom de la délégation sénégalaise, composée de parlementaires, qui dans les instances de l'unité. Au nom de cette délégation et de mon pays, je vous félicite d'abord d'avoir pris l'initiative d'organiser cette conférence internationale malgré les conditions techniques liées à la situation qui prévaut actuellement dans le monde. Nous avons félicité l'unité et l'encourager à prendre des initiatives pour nous permettre d'échanger ensemble. Le phénomène migratoire est un phénomène naturel qui ne se limite pas seulement aux humains. Les animaux migrent, les oiseaux migrent.
I'm so sorry. We do appear to be having some technical issues with the line from Senegal. The technical team will try and remedy this. And in the meantime, we are going to try and connect with South Tomé and Principe to the Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Delphine Neves. Mr. Neves, Mr. Speaker, are you on the line?
Toutes les parlementaires du monde, spécialement le club du Parlement. Nous pouvons aborder le sujet de dignité humaine par le monde sans associer au phénomène de l'immobilisation afin que les nouvelles phases de captation aient simultanément développé simultanément le développé mondial qui est la cause de quelques asymétries et inégalités au niveau social. Il a noté d'ailleurs que depuis les attentats du 11 septembre aux États-Unis, les frontières se sont fermées dans le pays de l'hémisphère nord et dans le contexte actuel où le conflit vite ces êtres, ces migrants et réfugiés deviennent incontestablement victimes de l'inimmunité provoquée par une mesure sanitaire de contenir
la population virus, vu l'impact causé par cette pandémie au niveau mondial. Pour cette principe qui voit le monde comme une communauté ouverte, et pour que un des objectifs plus profonds en attendre dans l'avenir proche consiste dans la discussion objective qui est ouverte, visant à réfléchir sur le message que sont suffisants au Covid-19 et l'Assemblée que la pandémie s'attache à nous demander que, indépendamment du pouvoir ou de la propriété, nous sommes tous sur le même plan et que la force de la nature passe cette lettre et même aussi puissance de vie. En fait, je pouvais parler de la mobilité humaine comme un droit des hommes et une chose de confiance. Pour cela, nous appelons à tous les parlementaires et tous les parlements à prendre des mesures législatives pour faciliter la mobilité humaine, bien sûr dans la condition de sécurité acceptable. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I've been told that we are running out of time. We are over time. So we're now going to wrap up the day. Let me just finish by talking about a couple of publications that the IPU has in partnership with the UNHCR. So good practices in nationality laws for the prevention and reduction of statelessness. This was put out last year. It's a good guide for parliaments, and a guide to international refugee protection and building state asylum systems, also with our partner UNHCR. As we come to the end of day one, I would now like to hand over to give the floor to the president of the IPU and the chair of this conference, Gabriela Cuevas, for her concluding thoughts on day one of the Fifth World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. Madam President, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Thomas, and thank you very much to all my colleagues. It is so good to see you, at least virtually, so thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum for those in Arabic. This has been a very important day. I know that it is not easy. We already mentioned at the opening that virtual conferences are never going to replace personal interaction. As parliamentarians, we know the importance of dialogue, the importance of empathy, of understanding that is created because we know each other and we start to trust, because that's the basis of a personal communication. Today we started with this very productive day, but I would like to underline what was going on in this last panel, because tomorrow we are going to start with a brief summary of today. So for this last panel, I think, well, thanks to technology, finally we had a very comprehensive panel, and with different experiences coming from the countries, from the parliament, the speakers, but also from two very important partners of the IPU. We cannot underestimate the importance of the humanitarian agenda. There are people suffering, there are a lot of people in hunger, but there are also important agencies that are working with those more vulnerable people, those who are wounded, those who are displaced, those who are refugees, in precisely those places where politics, where politicians have failed. So there's a very important opportunity to help when we are capable of preventing conflicts. Building peace is one of the most important duties for a politician. Conflict and war are only there where there is no dialogue, where there is no consensus, where there is no political will to understand each other. The other very important aspect is that we need to legislate. We already built two very important global compacts on migration and refugees.
But we also know, for example, the very important work that ICRC is doing, and UNHCR and IOM. We know these agencies because we're always working them. We have the Committee to Promote Respect for the International Humanitarian Law. I used to be the chair of that committee, so this issue is super, super close to my heart. I attended some meetings with ICRC. I am a huge fan of your work. The same with UNHCR. Hey, Speaker, these two agencies are literally killing themselves to give opportunities to refugees, to immigrants, to displaced people. So we need to work in our parliaments to also give them the tools. Yeah, we need to legislate, we need budget, we do a lot of things at national level. But I would like to go to the panel that we have and to remember what Jeffrey Sachs was telling us. We need more solidarity. We need to understand that solutions are not only built within our countries. Solutions need to be built at a regional and at a global level. That's why also cooperation is so important, because that is an expression of international solidarity. So thank you very much to all our panelists, to the speakers. My own speaker, Laura Rojas, from my parliament. I am a member of that parliament this year. Thank you very much to our speaker in Moldova, Turkey, Tunisia, Senegal. I know that many of you, dear colleagues, are here. But please, now I cannot tell you that we have to go home and do our homework. You are already at home because, well, we are forced to, we won't be referring to be in our person-to-person meeting. But we still have our homework. We still have a lot to do, and I really trust in the power of parliaments. I really trust in the power of 46,000 parliamentarians that if you close your eyes just for a second and try to imagine what could happen if 46,000 parliamentarians from all over the world decide to work in the same direction, to work for peace, to work for development, to work for those more vulnerable people, to understand and have empathy on what refugees, immigrants, displaced people are living, to put, as we say in Mexico, to put ourselves in their shoes and understand what a child traveling alone, crossing a dangerous border, a desert or a lake, what they are suffering, which is their feeling. So there we have a lot of homework. And I trust that our hearts, our minds, and our hands are going to be working into that direction for those people that needs us the most, because we are committed to not leaving anyone behind. Thank you very much to all our speakers of parliament that are here. Thank you very much to all our wonderful and amazing panelists. And thank you so much to the Secretariat and technicians, because we are innovating. We are still in terms of pandemic, and we are trying to do our best despite of these technological changes. So thank you very much to all. Shukran jazilan. Muchas gracias. Muito obrigada. Merci beaucoup. That's everything I can say. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful day, afternoon, evening, night, everything.